Could you please increase the volume? Am I audible? Check, check. I would request all the audience to please occupy the front seats. May I please request? May I please request all the audience to occupy the front seats?
famous painting called The Doctor. In medicine, we are taught for many, many years, it's clinical examination, investigation, interpretation, and treatment that actually result in what benefits the patient. We are told very little about artificial intelligence and so on. I see Ravi here. Ravindranath is one of the leading gastrointestinal surgeons in the country today, so I'm glad he's here also. So this is what medicine is. Medicine is on-site medicine, empathy, and a natural intelligence. Artificial intelligence has extremely small role to play as we used to think a few years back in this area. In fact, I was a total disbeliever in AI till recently, and I'm now a total convert, and I'll show you why. Again, this for the engineers is a very basic knowledge, how artificial intelligence, Alan Turing in UK during the World War developed this technique, which next for 20 years went into hibernation, the winter of artificial intelligence. And 1970s came machine learning, and little later, of course, came the deep learning or the CNN technique that we use. So central to machine learning and deep learning, there's a periphery of several things that are happening for doctors. And again, for me and surgeons like Ravi, it's a computer vision, which is actually looking at the lesion, giving us the diagnosis, image recognition, saying it's a cancer, not a cancer, and so on. We also use natural language processing, and of course we have natural language generation, LLMs, and so on. All these are in the periphery. Put together, artificial intelligence is going to make a huge difference in how we are going to actually change again in medicine, where all is artificial intelligence being used, and I actually went to ChatGPT yesterday and put this, can you tell me where all AI can be used, because I'm going to face a large group of very intelligent engineers, I have to know exactly. And it gave up these options. It's going to be diagnostic and image analysis, which is already being done, drug discovery, where it's already being used, in personalized medicine, in predictive analysis. So you take a group of tests and say that this patient is likely to develop a cancer or this or that. So it's predictive. It's getting into robotics. We've already developed at AAG a virtual health assistant called Mira, which can answer questions of the patients, and so doctors don't get bugged by regular questions. And of course, it's playing a role in wearable health devices and in clinical decision support systems. So these are all the uses of artificial intelligence. So at present, most of the research is focused on radiology, on looking at the images and saying whether you're dealing with, say, cancer which can be missed by a natural eye. So basically in imaging, disease diagnosis and telehealth and so on. I'll show you some of the examples here. And it's believed that AI will have impact at 3 levels. For the clinician, as a doctor, I want rapid, accurate image interpretation and diagnosis. We want the health systems to improve efficacy, and of course we want to promote personal health by a patient processes his own data, and this I'll come to some of these that's happening here. So people, I think doctors at some stage are worried, will AI completely replace them so that they lose their jobs? The answer is no, AI won't replace the doctor, but it will definitely be somebody empowered with AI who will replace a normal doctor. So an AI-empowered doctor in a few years is going to replace a normal doctor who doesn't know anything about AI. So let's look at these 4 areas where I believe AI is going to play a role. First is the health services management. This is an important area that AI is going to play a role. For example, again, this is something that Ravi knows. He's been running large hospitals. Organizational operational efficiency can be markedly increased. I'll tell you an example in a hospital what happened. Patients are coming for surgery, and when they're coming for surgery, the surgeon sees them and says, before surgery, we call what is called a PSC, preoperative checkup. You go to ECG, go to the cardiologist, go to the echo, go here and get all these tests done, get everything together to go to a physician who will certify it's safe to do surgery. When we did an AI calculation of patients who are coming to us for this, we found that they were taking approximately 17 stations, different stations. And our AI engineers drew what is called the spaghetti diagram of how these patients were touching different points. Because of this, many patients get discouraged, and we had a 20 to 30% dropout for surgeries. Patient will come, get everything done, and doesn't come for surgery because it's getting exhausted by the time all this is done. So we went into AI. So AI calculated this is the time, this is the number of areas that your patient is sending. So we went to ChatGPT for an answer, and the answer was simple. The answer was, get all these services into one area. So we created a single tower of PSE. So patient comes in the morning, in about 2-3 hours time, has a nice experience, sits and finishes all the tests, has a cup of coffee. We are going to introduce Araku coffee there now. Has a cup of coffee, and then goes back. And now we found that the take-up for surgery is 99%. So from 80% it's come to 99%. So you see the simple way of how operations can be helped by AI. So this is, so many other things, supply chain optimization, integration of care across providers, all this can be done by AI. Yeah. Of course, our administrative decisions can be enhanced. And the other important thing we found is patient engagement. What happens is a busy doctor is seeing about, say, 50 to 100 patients a day, and sometimes the patients come up with very, questions which to the doctor look very silly, but for the patient is important. Now he comes after surgery and says, I'm passing 2 or 3 stools, what should I do? So what we have now created is an AI assistant, actually it's a bot assistant, we call it the Mira bot of AIG, who's on a big screen there looking very humanoid and answering questions. When the patient asks questions, it's fed with all the data and comes up with the answers. And the patients are extremely satisfied with this, that they don't actually have to every time catch a doctor to get an example. So I think this is another example of how in healthcare management. Now coming to predictive medicine, this is going to be the future of medicine, how AI is going to be used. In fact, this is an area where early disease diagnosis is going to become very important, and we can stratify the risk. We just actually went into an arrangement with Leroy Hood, one of the biggest predictive medicine expert in the world. In Seattle, along with Bill Gates, is established predictive medicine institute called System Biology Institute. So what we have done is we have taken serum samples, blood samples of patients coming with different diseases, a particular disease, for example, like hepatitis, analyzed what are the different parameters which suggest that this patient is going to have a recurrence of the disease, how frequently is going to get hospitalized, what is his chance of developing a liver cancer, and so on. We can now predict all these things because of the ability of AI to look at large amount of data and come to this conclusion. So this is another area where predictive medicine, in fact, we can actually look at the patient's genomics, estimation of all the genes that the patient had. And genomic medicine and genetic risk prediction is the next big thing, because in about 48 hours, I can take your blood sample. In 48 hours, I can look at every gene in your body, tell you this is your genetic composition. We have machines now which are extremely good at this, and I can take your genetic makeup, look at different combinations, and tell you, for example, that if you drink alcohol, you're likely to get pancreatitis. Some people are lucky, if you drink alcohol, you won't get pancreatitis. So you can predict these type of things. Of course, for social reasons, we don't do this, but now we have the ability to do this based upon your genetic profile. So this predictive medicine and genomic medicine is going to become very important now in future. So the other thing is patient data and diagnostics. This is very important because what is happening in all of the hospitals now, we have, coming to Indian hospitals too, we have very good electronic medical records, EMRs, and hospital information systems, which then take in everything here. For example, every single data point in every patient coming into hospital is now captured in EMRs. And based on this, we can use this patient data for several types of diagnostic that's coming up. And of course, this can be used for telemedicine and so on. So this is an example of patient. And clinical decision making. This is again, you thought that a computer and artificial intelligence system cannot make a clinical decision of what to do in a particular patient. But this is changing. Earlier, when we had a difficult case, say 20, 30 doctors is to sit together, the surgeons, physicians and so on, and tell, okay, what shall we do in this patient? This is changing now. As a single person, I can get into ask AI now, what should I do? I get the collective opinions of not just 20 doctors, but 2,000 doctors to get what to do in this patient. So I think clinical decision making because of AI is going to become very evidence-based, and it can predict outcomes in many of these patients very well. So all these are, I think, things that we can, so these are the 4 pillars of how AI is going to be used in medicine now. And so an example, I've had this patient recently, a skin lesion. You show to all our dermatologists, they said could be this, dermatology names are very big. Actually it turned out to be an early skin cancer, which using AI, the first diagnosis we got was skin cancer, of that variety of skin cancer. Whereas all the big dermatologists miss this. And this neural network identifying skin cancers has now become a part of routine diagnosis, and it's believed that because of this, dermatology practice will disappear in a few years' time. No more dermatologists. You just put your phone onto this, your smartphone, click and say what is the diagnosis, it will give you the diagnosis of the skin condition. That's how far it's going because it's so easily visible. I'm a gastroenterologist like Ravi here. What we do is put in endoscopies, watch lesions. I'm struggling to say, is this an early cancer in the stomach? Should I subject this patient to a big surgery because I have a doubt? The biopsy also is not very sure. So I want to be very sure, I want to be 200% sure. So because now we have what is called optical biopsy based on AI, I can actually predict that this small lump you see is a very, very early cancer which I would have missed otherwise. So this is actually computer vision system that's coming in AI in a big way in medicine. So as endoscopies, we see inside and tell. From the skin you can see outside, so you don't require any instrumentations and so on. So this is how AI is. And pancreatic cancer detection, imaging. For example, this was the image of a patient who came to us. He's been coming for last 3 years. Some pain, abdomen, vague symptoms, missing, we missed. Now, when we did the CT scan, we found a lesion in the pancreas, cancer in the pancreas. Unfortunately, at this stage, it's not operable or not curable. We went back, he's getting CT scans done last 3 years in a hospital. We went back to the first scan 3 years back, which was done, put AI models on him, and found that AI actually got the cancer 3 years back. If we had used that, then we could have saved the patient's life. This is how AI is going to dramatically change how imaging. For example, you don't require radiologists to look at chest X-rays and say normal, abnormal. CT imaging can now, everything can be now read by AI much better than what doctors can do or radiologists can do. So I think AI is going to play a huge role in medicine. I just showed you a few examples here. And I think the next future also is going to be mobile health and AI. All of us wear these watches, smart watches, which tells you your heart rate, which tells you, I've got many patients who have come to me saying I had some irregular heartbeat at one point of time. And then you see that when you actually look back, there's a small arrhythmia there. We correlate, oh, you're having, at that point, the patient was having little wine or too much coffee or was in stress, this came up. Now you don't have to actually, you get all this data on the phone, you don't have to think about what triggered it. The AI is going to tell you on the phone itself, look, you're having too much wine, your heart is becoming irregular, kindly change, stop, for present or for some time. Integration of AI is going to come along with mobile technology, mobile health in a big way. I think that is going to be the future, very near future. We already have it. In fact, Apple is very strongly working on several of these models. They presently have the capability to detect physiological changes in the body. The next thing is to put AI. It is very easy to say why this is abnormal, what you should do to prevent, say, a potential heart attack and so on. And this is very, very near. Next 2-3 years are going to get this. In fact, we already have this now in some of the systems where we're using this. A patient in an intensive care unit is being monitored, cardiac monitoring done. All the time you can't have a good cardiologist or an intensivist there with the patient. So it develops a cardiac arrhythmia, which if we left alone for 3 minutes time, the patient can develop cerebral ischemia, brain death. But AI is detecting this, and the patient also has another syringe of medicine which actually blocks this arrhythmia or cardiac irregularity. AI instructs this syringe to be pushed into the patient, the drug goes into the patient, and it reverts back to normal rhythm. This is already happening. So this is something which is again going to come very next few years, and part of it we are already practicing in medicine also. So AI is going to get integrated into all our mobile health monitors. Is the next generation healthcare, as we say. The problem is that one of the things that we as doctors are supposed to be very empathetic to the patient, listen to the patient, I think have what is called good bedside manners. And the fear was that artificial intelligence or artificial intelligence robotics, you can create many of them, but they can't show the same empathy, the same feeling to the patient. But strangely, a recent study which was published, I think it's been publicized in many papers also, a recent study showed that when the patient called back to the hospital, it was a randomized trial where they compared the doctor answering and being empathetic to the patient versus a computer system which had artificial. And they found that the AI computer system was more empathetic to the patient than a doctor. So the last advantage we had as doctors is gone. This seems to be doing a better job even there also. So just to summarize, we have AI role in prevention. It can tell you what lifestyle changes you should do, the exercises, diet and all. This has become standard now. Many very advanced wellness clinics are starting to use this. They take your basic data. We also have a large wellness clinic in AIG where you're using this, take it, and then you can actually give. For example, it doesn't mean that everybody drinking alcohol is bad for him. There may be, for some people, a little benefit also. So you can actually, smoking we know is universally bad. We ask them to stop. What is the sleep pattern? We know that sleeping pattern, amount of sleep changes from person to person. For some people, sleeping between 10 to 4 is good for the metabolic system. So from some people it's 12 to 6, which is better. So all this can be mapped out in AI. How much exercise, whether you should do a morning exercise or an evening exercise and so on. We can do diagnosis, a lot of data interpretation of all labs. I get 100 of lab tests done sometimes. Now how do I take these 100 lab tests and try to put them together? Very difficult, it'll take me a day to do that. But with AI, in few minutes time, the lab interpretation, your LFTs, your liver function test is like this, your kidney function test is like this. Maybe you have a disease of hepatorenal syndrome. I get the diagnosis immediately, I don't have to go through all the things. And of course, for treatment, AI is going to be extremely easy. And follow-up. We know which patient should come after 1 month, which patient after 6 months, which patients. All this can be decided by AI. I think this is going to be a major change. And it's believed that the big data analytics is projected to yield about $300 to $450 billion just in US alone. And look at the whole market all over the world. It's going to be huge. But there are challenges. AI is not just all simple. There are challenges of the first important thing for AI is pure data. The data that we generate many times in many of our hospitals is not very accurate. Pure, accurate data, large amount of data is very important. There's trust, ethics, and so on. These are very important because we don't have proper regulatory bodies in our country. Not only in our country, all over the world, this is a dilemma now. There was, for example, a recent example of an American hospital where AI was using for colonoscopy. The doctor doing colonoscopy missed a polyp, which later on became a cancer. So the patient sued the hospital saying the doctor missed. The doctor said you can sue the AI company because artificial intelligence company actually missed it because it's in the system. The courts were confused. Whom do you blame, the doctor or the AI? Finally, of course, they put the blame on the hospital and the doctor, and the AI was paid. But these regulatory things are going to become important. When something goes wrong, whom do you blame? Is it the AI? Is the doctor? A plane flying with the AI system crashes, whom do you blame? The plane, the pilot, or the AI system? So this in medicine is going to be a big dilemma now. And also the ethics involved is going to be a big problem. And let me tell you now, this is going to become a major problem because recently, for example, all the data from All India Institute of Sciences was hacked by, we think, a foreign country, we don't know where, and all the health records of all the national leaders are now with them. They know which minister has what problem this foreign company has got. And what has happened is that we are now controlling. For example, this is another example that happened, that in Germany there was a very important Russian leader who was put on a ventilator. And of course, AI systems, now we use a lot of AI systems to control the breathing of the patient using these artificial respirators. The Russians hacked into the ventilator, and they controlled the breathing of this agent. So this can happen. So medicine is a dangerous area, and you see how there are pros and cons of using AI, better data-driven decisions, treatment time is cut, there's a huge unnecessary hospital visits are cut down, but there are also some concerns. Concerns are, of course, as I told you, all this, plus our staff are becoming increasingly, difficult for us to ask them to adapt to AI. About 2 or 3 years back, if somebody came and told me, administrator, that you should do AI, use this AI methodology in the hospital, I would have been against it. Now I got convinced. To convince the senior doctors especially is very, very, very difficult. So this is also going to be another problem for adaptability. There's a concern that there'd be unemployment and doctors. That's not true. But I think one of the important things, and this was I was actually discussing with Chaudhary just recently, that for us, the major advantage we have in this country is the data, huge amount of data. 1.4 billion health point data. Can you imagine? No other country can have this except China probably. And this data is a strength. If it's a pure data, integrated, put into AI systems, it's going to be a major help that's there for us. And I think this, of course, you are better at this, saying that the whole AI is going to add 15 trillion to the world economy. And the greatest impact is going to be in health field. AI in health is the future. I think for any startups, this is going to be. So the first century was steam power. The 19th century was mass production. 20th century was computing. And 21st century, I think, is the century of artificial intelligence. And of course, it's very important that we adapt. If we don't, like Charles Darwin said, it's not the strongest of the species that survives, but the most intelligent, the one most responsive to change. In fact, in 2009, if you look at how traffic was controlled in the United States and other places, they used to have these helicopters taking pictures, relaying back, telling you, don't take NH19, it's packed now, take another road. And in 2019, it's been replaced by drones. As 10 years later, replaced by drones, as you can see here now. No pilot is there. In just 10 years, the cameraman and the pilot both lost their jobs. And this is going to happen to people who don't adapt to AI, especially in healthcare. So that's the reason why at the Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, we started this Institute of Artificial Intelligence, where we now have engineers from Google and other places, along with our doctors working together to create what we believe is the next step in medicine. In next 5 years, the practice of medicine is going to dramatically change. And the major part of this changes are because of artificial intelligence. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity.
No, it's good. Thank you, Dr. Nageshwar Reddy garu.
Good morning to all of you. I am the patient of Dr. Nageshwar Reddy garu for the last, sir, more than 30 years. When you were in Medinova, I used to come to you. And all these years, whenever I go with any problem, I used to get a lot of gastroenterology related problem, because the Rayalaseema people, we eat a lot of spices. Maybe that was the reason. But I used to go regularly visit him when he was not this famous. Now he is internationally famous. Those days when he had a small clinic in a small hospital called Medinova, a very unknown hospital. I used to go there, and whenever I go, he never used to prescribe any medicines and all that. He used to, with a stethoscope, he used to check up, and he used to tell me, you have to do a little bit of exercise and all that this thing. Recently also, I went there to him, again using the stethoscope. After listening to his presentation, I don't want to go to any hospital where they are using artificial intelligence because somebody can hack and that may result in what all is going to I think if that scare is there, sir, doctors will not lose the jobs. At the same time, I think they go to the hospital where less technology, more human touch. Do you think that that's going to happen, the way things are? Yeah. Make sure that
Thank you. I think this is a very important question. I think with this dramatic developments AI, it's very important that doctors don't lose the human touch.
Yes.
It has been shown very consistently that patients, in fact, when patients come to us, it's those patients whom the doctor has touched who recover faster than those who have not been seen or clinically examined. So you can have any number of AIs coming in and so on, unless this human touch is there. The computer can be sympathetic or empathetic to the patient, but it can never replace the human touch. I think there's some bond between the doctor and the patient, and because of the human touch that creates that bond, that can never, of course, be replaced.
Thanks a lot, Doctor. Sir, Doctor, I have one more request. You are doing a lot of research in AIG hospitals these days, and also I have noticed Dr. Ravindranath Chaudhary also is investing a lot of money in the healthcare and all that. I see there's a lot of future for the startups in the healthcare. But unfortunately, most of the engineers who come from the tech background, they don't have the domain knowledge. How do we actually make a formal kind of this thing so that the engineers who have got the technology knowledge, they can work with hospitals like you? And is there anything that we can do in a structured way so that taking the data, taking your expertise, taking their expertise, we can provide the best of the best solutions for the entire globe? There you can create not just unicorns, maybe decacons, because everybody needs better healthcare. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I think again, what happened all these years is that doctors and engineers have been working in isolation. Even business people, total isolation. They don't actually intervene and then talk to each other. That is changing now. I think engineers and doctors are getting together. I think example is the Global Innovation Hub that Ravi has created, where I've seen now fantastic new ideas coming up. Similarly at AIG, what we did was we started, this is Aruku coffee coming in, just for people announce. I'm very impressed with Aruku coffee. Yeah. So what we have done is we now set up a combined groups with IIT, Triple IT, Indian Institute of Science and so on, and we've now set up projects where we can come together as doctors, engineers, and what we found very surprising is the ignorance that doctors have about engineering and the ignorance that engineers have about medical part. So when you cover this, we find there's a dramatic value systems that you can create, and already we have now got 4 important products which we never knew could come up, and very simple things which, so all this, the innovations and all we get from West, unfortunately we give them so much of value. We can create the same innovations in medicine at maybe 1/100 the cost with better quality. And this is the right time. I'm glad that these things are coming up because I think we can.
Thank you, Doctor. Actually, sir, I want to propose a committee under the International Startup Foundation, a healthcare committee, where I request you to be the chair for that committee. And also I request all our doctors who are sitting in the front row, Dr. Ravindranath Chaudhary, Dr. Krishna Garu, Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Guna, and I see one more Dr. Srinivas. It looks one more doctor. So we want to form one ISF healthcare startup thing, maybe once in a month, a Zoom call and all that. What are the opportunities? How do we take these opportunities so that we can help? There are a lot of investors, Dr. Garu, they want to invest into the startup. Unless they have, they're solving the real problem, they don't want to invest in those companies. That's where I need your help. See that, I mean, we can not only identify the problem for the startup, mentor them, invest them, and take them to the markets.
No, I think that's a fantastic suggestion. I'll certainly be glad to be part, and so many leaders here also, doctors. I think we can all come together. And what we can create is one of the world's best startup platform.
Yes.
We have the capabilities and we can do it and we'll do it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. can we take some questions from audience if they have? Can we have mics given to them?
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Dr. Nageshwar Reddy garu. Actually, it's really impressive to see the kind of application of AI within actually looking at the applications, right? I mean, when I was studying in Cornell, I mean, this was at a stage where it was not commercially useful, but the kind of application and the kind of compute, it is actually helping quite a bit. I had one question, though, with regards to this. There's a lot of, on the productivity use cases, yes, there is no question that there is going to be a lot of usage and a lot of gain over there. But when it comes to the predictive use cases that you talked about, what about when you actually deal with false positives and false negatives, right? Because you're taking decisions based on those things. How do you actually deal with that? Yeah.
No, that's a very important question, because what happens is now in medicine, unlike in other areas of engineering, precision becomes very important because you're dealing with the patient's life. One wrong decision taking based upon the data can give you, you can actually have somebody's life at stake. So I think the first important thing is data. The data should be extremely pure. I think it's a contaminated data which is not cleaned up, which is the result of mistakes happening. The second is the largeness of data. Unless you have, so there's so much of biological variability, and one of the arguments we hear against engineering systems or AI coming into medicine is this biological variability. Randomization, that is, everything is so random in nature. But if your data is very large, this effect also goes off. Then, so if you have pure data, if you have a large data, and if this data has been properly evaluated in a clinical setting, then I think you can decrease this mistake. You can't make it zero, but you can decrease the mistakes. So I think it's very important that these three things are done, and these three things can be done best in our country because of the largeness of data that we have. We can actually create this. Whereas in US, for example, Cornell would see a certain number of patients, you have all the data. The same thing in a cancer institute here, we have from Cancer Institute also, directors here. Cancer will see about 1,000 times the number of patients. So, but if that data is collected, then you can imagine the amount of information you can get. In fact, in recent, last year, we're getting large number of requests from many companies in US working in AI saying, can we use your data? You have so much of data, can we? Of course, we refuse because we want it to be Indian. Can we use the data to actually mine this data to create products which are going to be very pure? So I think this is going to be an issue, and we have to be very careful. And that's the reason in one of the cons I put it up, that we have to be very careful in evaluating all the data completely.
Thanks a lot. And on this regard, I do want to partner with you if there is an opportunity, because we are actually have a foundation called as Quality Engineering Foundation, which can help you with
sure.
that.
Thank you.
Do we have?
Good morning, everyone. And most important, the legends of the legends sitting on the head table. I have a proposal. My name is Guna Mupuri. I'm a physician from Jamaica, West Indies. I'm here to speak on the round table in the next half an hour. I just want to make a donation, both intellectual and biological donation, a property that belongs to me. So you all know that Massachusetts University has collaborated with University of Alabama, Birmingham in the United States. The two universities collaborated. They've started a new program called AI in Medicine. Fortunately, my one and only daughter, Meghna, she's a physician. She became the first cohort of students in the world to get educated in AI in medicine. I would like to donate my child to the new committee if you wish to have her. She's currently in New York doing her first year of medicine, internal medicine, switching to radiology, and she's going for intervention radiology. She started with AI in medicine. I would like to give my kid to the committee if you wish to have her. Sir, you met her in Jamaica the other day when we all came. Meghna, please take her. I will give her for adoption to Dr. Reddy garu and Chaudhary garu. This is my donation. This is totally different from the conversation. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's also very important, that what we require a large infusion of young, smart people into this, because they are the ones who are going to think differently and change the direction. All of us at a certain age get fixed brains. You know, you can't think laterally very much. So we require this group of people. Yeah.
Do we have any other questions?
Take two more questions.
No.
Yeah, please go ahead. Can you give another mic to him?
Good morning. So first, Doctor, I want to thank you for setting up AIG. I have been getting treated for the last 2 years there, and it's been, like you said, the empathetic and the human touch that has actually helped me recover. So thank you for everything you've done. The question I had is, if you look at the data sets that are generally available in India, I have been part of healthcare companies, and when we look at trying to run any analytics or trying to do anything, we get data which is not relevant to India. Yeah. And just, I think about a week back, Mr. Chris Gopalkrishnan had said that we are working on the first data set of 50 patients for cancer that has, everything related to them. Is there something that, since I've seen the scale of AIG, is there something that can be done to make a data set of, some X number of people available so that it's published and then it can be made available to any startup that wants to work on that area?
Yeah. So again, as I emphasized, this is very important that the data sets that we get in should be very pure. And as doctors, we're not used to the importance of this. As a doctor, I see a patient, I want to quickly come to a diagnosis, give some treatment, see patient gets better. I don't go very laterally into what is the patient's family history, what is the blood pressure, did his father have some genetic problem, did his mother have a blood pressure. So all the data would become very important, because if I can get 10 data points of different things from the family history, I can actually predict that this patient is likely to respond to this way to the medicine. So I think we are now starting to gather the data, and we did something very interesting. In fact, we did this AI with genomic analysis, where all patients coming into AIG using more than 4 drugs, where then the genomic pathway was done. We applied AI and found that in 40% of the patients were using the drugs in a wrong way. For example, a cardiac medicine called clopidogrel in some patients has to be used once a day. In another patient has to be used once in 3 days. Otherwise, the effect is not very good. So all that we found. So I think it becomes very important that we start gathering this data, and we have large numbers, as you rightly say, and we're trying to get this pure data. The biggest problem is the mindset of the doctors, to get into this and see that they put in this data in a proper way. And we have to overcome that hurdle. We are working on that. It takes time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take one last question.
Yeah, hello. Thank you. It was a great information. And the politician you described, the Russian, he is Navalny, and he came to Charité, Berlin Hospital, where I did my doctoral degree in 2005. So, yeah, they had a mall there, and that is how they did this Navalny thing, how they tried to control the whole thing. So, just to ask, this is where in Germany we already did from Fraunhofer Gesellschaft, this is Europe's largest application-oriented organization, and we have 11 institutes working on medical field. Here we have a medical twin, digital twin, but the biggest problem we are facing there is about the data, GDPR, privacy laws. So this is where I feel if we have something big here, the great data and the pure data, they have the pure data, but the problem is GDPR compliance. So this is where we are struggling how to put them into the commercialization. I'm into the commercialization of healthcare technologies, thanks to Jaya Garu, that he proposed a ISF startup, especially in the healthcare domain. Germans are doing wonderful, but it would be great if we can really collaborate, bring the technology, say, hey, here is something we can comply with the GDPR, which is much more easy here. So what would be your suggestion to take it forward, sir?
Yeah, I think this data privacy is going to become very important. In the West, it's very, very important. Fortunately, it's not so much here, because as Indians, we're a little more liberal on that. But ultimately, we have to get regulatory bodies into this and say what constitutes the data privacy. Unfortunately, I was recently talking to one of the union governments, talking about this, what type of, he was not aware at all. He didn't realize that AI requires certain regulatory things, and start thinking about it. Because even in Western countries, it's still in a very early stage. You have to think about it. Otherwise, you'll get into this problem like AI making a mistake, and who is responsible for this? And the data privacy, it goes out somewhere, your data of some important thing goes out somewhere, because many companies, pharma companies, are looking for this type of data. So unless we have strict data privacy laws, we get into problem at some stage. Yeah.
Thank you very much. If we have more questions, please.
Sir, this is Seshadri, and We are in many podiums. Of course, I'm with my mentor there. AIG, to me, I think you sensed earlier AI in gastroenterology. Anything was that? I think you predicted earlier. Basically, I'm also been your patient, sir, 2 years ago, and I came in there. Then there was a suggestion instead of medicines. I was suggested to change my lifestyle. And the lifestyle is I'm part of ISF with my mentor, Guruji. I'm not seeing anything there. I don't remember all of that. I just want to kind of give you a kind of that time. Everybody was giving medicines. I tried to do my bit, and I hope with my mentor here, with all of you doing my bit. Second thing is, of course, as Dr. Raja mentioned, I'm going to be part of next into the European Union. We really wanted how we can, some of the pointers, how we can take this more promotion of this committee, what my mentor predicted, and how we can take this to the European Union. What is that in terms of the compliances, other nuances that we can take it to the whole committee there to project more what we are doing in India. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nageshwar Reddy Garu. We truly appreciate your insights on how the fusion of technological innovations are progressing in today's era of artificial intelligence and its implementation, creating positive impact on the mankind. Thank you very much. Now, the felicitation by Dr. Jay Chaudhary Garu. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. Up next, I would like to invite for the healthcare round all the esteemed panelists. We have Dr. K. Hariprasad Garu, Group Chairman, Quality Care India. Dr. Ravindranath Chaudhary, Owner, Global Hospital. Dr. Kurupati Krishnaya, CEO. Baswat Kumar, Indo-American Cancer Hospital. Dr. Guna S. Mupuri, Founder, CEO, Indus Pharma. Dr. Srinivas Chilukuri, Radiation Oncologist, Apollo Hospital. Welcome onto the dais, sir. Dr. Ramesh Kekunaya, Network Director, Technology Innovation Director, the Child Sight Institute, LVPEI. Ram Chilukuri, former founder and CEO, Semantic Bits. Dr. Vishwanath Duputla, Vice President, Biopharma Innovations and Biomanufacturing, IKP, Knowledge Park, Genome Valley. I would like to hand over the stage to Dr. K. Hariprasad, the Group Chairman, Quality Care India, who is the chair of this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. I think Dr. Nageshwar Reddy made the task of this panel very simple and easy because he dealt with AI in healthcare in a very nice manner, in a detailed manner. So I don't think there's any dispute in terms of what AI is going to do in the future in healthcare. And the time that we spend, I promise that we'll get help in getting back the program on schedule by finishing early. So I think instead of going into the details of the benefits or the applications or the use of AI in healthcare, we have some of the biggest stalwarts in healthcare and tech right here on dais. We would probably be spending the time better if we try and identify the challenges that we're going to face and try and probably suggest some of the solutions for these challenges. And some of the challenges are the data. India has data like no other country has. but it's the quality of data and the way it is collected and the way it is stored. That's the first challenge. The second challenge is the ethics. The third challenge is really the data privacy. We spoke about how some of the most popular and powerful figures in the world's health data is all over the world. So the data privacy. And then how, in the solutions, how can regulation help? How can collaborations help? And what is to be done to make sure that we maximize the benefits of AI in healthcare? That would be probably the best way to deal with in the next 20-25 minutes as we take this session on. And I'd like to start, request all the panelists to talk about the challenges and also talk a minute about the solution that they feel which would work for these challenges in terms of applying AI and innovation to healthcare. We'll start with Dr. Ravindranath Garu.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers to call for the HealthTech Roundtable, especially J. Chaudhary Garu. Well, I think we are now Global Innovation Hub. We're doing some innovations using AI and all. Biggest challenge is the data. We have 1.4 billion population. The data, data can be a gold mine for the country. And we don't have good data. We don't have EMRs. Many hospitals have a so-called hospital information system where there is a lot of clinical data is missing. We are actually setting up some health exchange on our data to anonymize the data and work with some of the hospitals. And we are seeing the data is in very, very poor state across even some of the good hospitals also. They may have few data, good quality data, and many other things are missing, like Nageshwar already said. Family data or family history or previous histories, many things are missing. Many of them, even if you want to digitize the data, existing data, they're all written in a handwriting. You know, the doctors have the worst handwriting. That's a big challenge. And no matter what computers and all convert this handwriting also into the digital data, they're finding it very difficult for Indian doctors writing. So I see, at least prospectively, every hospital should take it seriously on data collection. And the doctors also should work together, work with the organization to make data. That is going to be the repository for the future of healthcare in our country. I see that is the biggest challenge. Second is mindset change among the doctors. AI, whether we like it or not, is going to play an important role, as whether we are in it or we are out of it. One of the two things is going to happen. We have to do that. That is another challenge we have. I think the Data Privacy Act, I'm hearing that recently there was a act has been done by the central government. There is a lot of stringent rules on that. Again, there is a lot of doubt about who owns the data, whether it is the hospital or a patient owns the data. I understand the patient consent is very important for using the data, according to the recent Data Privacy Act. If that is the case, I don't think we have taken any consent or we are taking any consent from the patient to use the data. These are all big challenges we have, but AI is going to be a big area to improve the healthcare, not only its efficiency and predictability and precision medicine, personalized medicine, all these things are going to change the way, as Nageshwar said, somebody may be using a drug once a day, he may not need it. So these are some of the challenges which we'll face once we have genomics and personalized medicine and precision medicine. And again, now we are coming to genomics era. Each patient gives a terabytes of data. How do we store them? How do we use it for analytics? The huge computing power is required, storage required. All these challenges we need to address. And once we address as a nation, I'm telling you, whole world has to depend on many AI models which we train because we have such a large data on diseases. So I think with this brief, I will pass it on to next colleague of mine.
Dr. Ravindranath brought up a very important issue that we in India are coming up with this Data Privacy Act, which is passed, and right now rules are being formed for that. So I think if anybody is aware of the act and if they've got some insights into it, I mean, I think this would be a great opportunity to give suggestions. On the medical front, what are the suggestions in terms of what could be the rules? How would it help? I mean, a lot of these acts which come up or a lot of these regulations which come up tend to become roadblocks for development, roadblocks for implementation and innovation. So is there something which, I mean, I request you that which we can request the government in terms of forming rules which will facilitate the use of data in a proper manner?
Yeah, certainly, sir. I would like to add one more important thing on the data collection. At this time, the data that is available is only few centers of excellence in an isolated way. The data that is collected in small centers is not going to be all that respectable data. So that's the reason why many of the publications that go from this country are seen with a lot of suspicion. Because if you take a small center and then publish that and saying that this is universally applicable, they tend to be wrong. So my suggestion there is that it got to be some kind of compulsory that all the institutions, all the hospitals must enter into that. For example, in cancer registry, only few hospitals report the incidence of cancer. You know, in a vast population, if you have 10% of them comply with the regulation, and you can't just say that this is what the accurate figures are. So one important ingredient in that is that's mandatory, compulsory, that we have to capture that data. That, unfortunately, at this time, at a very early and primitive stage compared to the many developed nations. Second, on the AI side, I think there is a huge gap between the technology industry and the doctors. It happened many years ago in the developed nations. For example, if you want to develop an operating table, in this country, an engineer makes a table. When surgeon comes try to operate, it is no way close to his usage. Whereas elsewhere, there is a close relation, close working together between these two and come out with a better product. That, I think, is just beginning to happening. And same thing in AI and the tech industry. That gap should be really filled shortly. Therefore, we will build up all that robust information and then quality products. Third is the adaptability. Vast majority of the doctors, even youngsters, are reluctant to adopt all this technology. So that, again, a lot of things have to be done in that. Unless they go forward. For example, I face a lot of problem in telling doctors to go for electronic medical records. There is so much and inadequate data. And unless in the law it is made as a mandatory that every hospital must comply, it's going to be inadequate data, and therefore the outcome is less respectable kind of information.
Thank you. We have somebody who has just donated his daughter to Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, who can get in a foreign perspective because he comes in from Jamaica and doing a lot of wonderful work there. Dr. Guna?
Good morning, sir, and all the panel members, and all the audience here in the ISF network. Thank you again for giving this opportunity. Sir, I have a second bidder for my daughter. Ippude Annagaru, Dr. Ravindranath Chaudhary garu said he will take my daughter with her.
A competition right now.
It's not a competition. I need to tell the audience and all the panel members here, it's such a fortunate day for me in my life. I'm going to say that I'm the youngest of the cohort here because my senior colleague is here. Then my senior colleague is there. He follows him and I follow him. We are from the same school of medicine. Sri Venkateshwar Medical College is such a great combination here to have all of us here, 3 generations. So coming back to the discussion here, I'm going to completely divert and I'm going to disrupt this conversation totally completely from what you are talking. I'm going to focus more on AI and AR integration into medical education, not the clinical therapeutics, because I moved away from mainstream medical practice many years ago. My focus is on healthcare and medical education. I came to India in 2003 to establish a medical school. But I got enlightened that we are going back to brick and mortar, the same school, what he studied, and we all studied. So we want to bring some innovation and some disruption in the way of how the art of learning medicine. What we did is we have amalgamated AI and AR into medical learning. It took 20 years for me from 2003, today is 2024, we are starting our own medical school on this Vijayadashmi, which is another 10 days from now. This school of medicine, I call it as the Tesla of the Caribbean and Central American medical schools because we no longer use human bodies to dissect. Whereas in India, I was at another school on Tuesday, a very famous school in Andhra Pradesh. Babu Maku ikkada dead bodies kodoledunaru. The point what I'm making here, when the dead body is embalmed for dissection, the arteries, the veins, and the muscle, everything, they lose their real character. What we need to preserve is the real character for the students to learn anatomy from day one. A strong foundation is what I believe in. So I invested heavily into AI and AR. I went to Cleveland Clinic, Case Western Reserve University. I took the IP from them, where my children are going to be using the headgears with an immersive experience. Each lens costs me $4,500. This is what my student is going to use in the classroom, along with the lecturer, to learn the human body and anatomy. Likewise, we got the world's first virtual dissection table, the size of a dining table. It's an iPad. You can peel from the skin to the bone in a fraction of a second. I can put it back. And you can cut the body 1,000,000 times. And the beauty with that is the integrated learning, what it comes with is, you learn the anatomy at the same time, you start the heart beating, you learn the conduction system, you control the ECG, and you read the pathology. So anatomy, physiology, the pathology, the basics are there integrated at the same time. So this kind of product, when they come out, they're going to be the real futuristic medical experts. They are going to be geared for the future. So this is what we brought to the table. And now, on top of it, what I want to do is, I want to bring this kind of awareness in India. I was here in July, I gave a few TV shows, how to bring the awareness among the Indian parents, especially children going to other countries and getting some degree. No, we don't want some degree. So we're going to do something. We're going to bring this technology-driven medical campus, satellite campus from the Caribbean into India. That's what I'm working on now. That's why I would like to associate with all the experts here. Let's establish a campus and a campus kind of atmosphere here. So we can produce the best doctors in the world. The reason being, we talk about 1.4 billion people in this country. What about in the United States? Prior to the pandemic, Association of American Medical College has produced the data. They needed 29,000 doctors over the next 10 years. But after the pandemic, they need 129,000 doctors. Where would they get from? We need to supply them. So there's a huge demand and supply there, but it's a technology that's going to drive this market. This is where we're into the integration of technology and all these things. This is where I want to speak, emphasis about my own daughter. I did a lab scale experiment with 2 kids. I have 2 children, a boy and a girl. And my daughter became the first cohort of students in the world to do AI in medicine at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, where I was formerly a member of the board. And my friend and the Deputy Dean of Medicine, Dr. Rubin Pillai, a 4th-generation Indian from Madurai, he collaborated with the Maastricht University in Netherlands. They brought AI into medicine. She became the first batch of students there. So, and she did it in radiology, which Dr. Nageshwar said. And that's where she's heading now for radiology with AI-driven radiology and interventional radiology. So this is something that we need to take this into the Indian soil. But I cannot speak much on the regulations because I've been away from home for 32 years. But I will follow the footsteps of the leaders like you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Guna. You're doing some wonderful work. Congratulations. And Chaudhary Garu, I need to go somewhere else because there's some other event. I just requested Dr. Ravindranath to take over. So thank you so much, sir. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Hariprasad. Well, I think, would you like to add your perspective on the...
Sure, sir. Thank you. I'm an oncologist, and I have a small oncology startup in rural Maharashtra. But I'm here in the capacity of an oncologist and a physician, essentially. And I'm sorry to sound a little bit pessimistic. And before I express my pessimism, let me say a disclaimer that I'm a big fan of AI, and I am a big user of AI. I'm using some tools to develop AI models. But having said that, we are very, very far away from developing our own models. And I think in the next 5 to 10 years, we'll be adopting more Western machine learning algorithms rather than our own, especially clinical decision support system, which Dr. Nageshwar Reddy Garu alluded. So most of the models will be Western models unless we develop our own. And how do we develop our own? We need to include our own set of data in tweaking these models to make them better suited for Indian patients. And where does the model come from? Data. And everyone expressed that data is a problem. And I think there needs to be a disruption in data capture. I think we are very, very far away from that. Where do we get data from? The busy practitioners. And where are these busy practitioners sitting in? They could be sitting in a village. They could be sitting in a town. They could be sitting in a hospital. They have no time to enter data electronically except scribble a few things on the paper. So that will take us nowhere. So data capture needs major disruption in India, which is suited for India, Indian markets, Indian doctors. And that I hope some of you bright minds will take this up in a big way. The other point of data capture is also from patient. If the patient volunteers himself to give data to someone, of course that will not be very technically good data, but that is something which we can think of. So basic disruption in data capture, number one. Number two, we have not integrated, we are talking about all these models from big hospitals like AIG, Apollo, Care, and other global hospitals, which is nice. But what about majority of Indian healthcare happens in private sectors and in rural areas and informal healthcare sectors, small clinics, nursing homes? Where is the data coming from there? Most of 80% of patients are going there. So I think we need to integrate them into the mainstream, and only then we will have useful data. Apart from AI and healthcare, people talk about moonshots for cancer. As an oncologist, I can say we are up there comparable to Western democracies, Western economies in terms of the healthcare innovations, etc. But we also lack basic access to healthcare for a lot of rural India. So I feel that I would encourage and motivate healthcare startups to look at rural India. There are no dearth of patients. There's no need to market your product if you can go to healthcare, to rural areas, because you will be the only one offering some value to a rural population. So I feel we need to focus there, and we need to close that last mile gap. Number three, of course, as we speak, AI is one bit, but we still are importing a large number of healthcare technologies, CT scans, MRIs, linear accelerators. I'll give you an example of linear accelerators. There are about 640 districts in India, and less than 100 districts have a linear accelerator. That means a person who is diagnosed with cancer, 60 to 65% of those patients require radiation therapy. I'm just giving you this as an example. 60 or 6 out of 10 patients or more than that require radiation therapy, and they have to travel to another district or another city to go for this particular treatment for cancer. they will leave their work, spend out of pocket, even though government may be reimbursing or their company may be reimbursing the entire cost of the treatment. He may lose work days. He may have to spend a lot of money out of pocket for food and logistics, stay, etc., etc. So it's a big burden on families to come out of their own locations, homes, to visit other places to go for these treatments. Another problem with treatments for cancer is they are very prolonged. As you know, they may take a few months to complete the treatment, and this puts a big burden. So these machines have to be there closer to their homes in their rural areas. And government, unfortunately, is, of course, looking at many, many aspects. But healthcare technologies, most of them, we are importing. And government imposes nearly 30 to 40% import duty on all these equipments. And unfortunately, we are not making them in India. So healthcare startups need to make these technologies made in India so that import duty can be avoided. And of course, I urge the government or the policy makers, if someone is here, to ensure that we could reduce the burden, import duty burden, for especially those startups or small hospitals which are focused in rural areas. So these are my suggestions and challenges.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivas. Would you like to give your perspective?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ravindranath and ISF for this opportunity. I work and practice in L.V. Prasad Eye Institute. I completely agree with the point that data is important. More than data, I just thought that typically in India what happens is, I also worked in in US I was working. In India, typically what happens is, even in district place or even in urban area, doctors who are busy, they get busier and busier and busier. It's not that the other way, because 10 years experience, you become 10% busier, probably 20% at 20 years. So there is no time to look beyond what can be done to our country and our patients. This is not only in one specialty, it happens in every specialty. Suggestion number one is some of the doctors who are interested in AI or product development, we have to invest time. This is most important. It's not possible for all the doctors in India, but whoever can, they have to give that 20% or 10% time to collaborate. Because artificial intelligence, what it makes in simple words is, if Dr. A, Dr. B, Dr. C, some patients always selects Dr. B because he or she is extremely good. After using AI, can I make them equivalent? This is what we should think, so that we can give more time to that doctor, and their pattern recognition or the diagnostic ability of that doctor in the future becomes better and better. Obviously, as Dr. Reddy said, human touch still is important. But as a foundation for the future doctors, we can help through this. Most important thing, because in L.V. Prasad Institute, we adopted this technology innovation close to 11 years ago. We have an AI wing, we have a startup incubator wing, we have an electronic medical record wing, and we have a product development wing. What we learned in the last 10 years is we are making baby steps. We are not there completely like Western hospitals. What we thought is that we have data from electronic medical record. I completely agree. Somebody suggested that the data becomes less and less when you go out of center of excellence. So this data, once we have it, there is something called GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. So your data has to be varied. For example, I am a pediatric ophthalmologist. We are looking at the prediction pattern of 3 lakh children with myopia. Over 10 years, we have a data. We collaborate with the data scientists. We have in-house engineers as well as data scientists. Sit with them to repair that data or clean up that data. It took 6 months. Now we have a pure 3 lakh children who have myopia. We have seen them for the 10 years. Now, AI is nothing but test, train, and validate. Test, train, validate. All these things are very important. So finally, I think AI is going to be there, but we have to go through these challenges and come out. It's good. More and more people talk about it. And my only suggestion is collaboration. I cannot become an AI scientist being in medical field for 25 years. Don't take that shortcut. Work with the scientists and data scientists. They will make the job easier. But as doctors, my job is to create that problem statement and improve this collaboration. So more and more startup, both in AI as well as technology development, if you work together, something major will happen. As Mr. Chaudhary Garu said, we can have this in each of those specialties. I am talking about one tiny department or one tiny organ in the body. This is where I think our country should go. More and more these examples we need to speak and implement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ramesh. I know, excellent. If there is one institution in this country which adopted AI and discovery, everything, it is the L.V. Prasad Eye Institute in the country. And we all have to be very proud. And there's one institution which can be a role model for the new technologies. It's the L.V. Prasad Eye Institute. And I know so much about the institution. I was on the board for 8 years in the L.V. Prasad. As Ramesh said, it is very important. Each hospital has to store the data, and also we have to collaborate. Just by, I think after one more gentleman, we'll have a discussion on AI and technologies and healthcare. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I work at a science park where clinicians, engineers come up with their solutions, and we help them receive funding. Since Dr. Ramesh Kekuni just mentioned about L.V. Prasad, I will take one example, how non-invasive detection and AI-based methods can make a great influence. I will talk about 2-3 examples. One example is called pediatric perimeter. It's developed by Dr. Prem Nandini in their center. So what this does is, just based on the visual perimeter, how the kid is recognizing. I'm talking about, pediatric population. A 3-month baby brain development can be directly correlated and detected, and they have done tested in L.V. Prasad, Visakhapatnam, and multiple centers, and amazing, more than 95% of accuracy. So my suggestion to all the engineers and doctors who are working in this, yes, there are problems from the regulatory side, but actually all these regulatory problems, what we are seeing is opportunity, and the regulator is trying to de-risk all your risk. A doctor or an engineer developing that, if there are no defined rules, it always, the liability comes on to these people. So once these doctors are talking to the regulator very early on, it actually helps them. I will talk about another example. Again, L.V. Prasad Institute helped the engineers who developed this solution. This is called Logi.ai. And 3 state governments do their cataract screening camps, and there is a 30% increase in the patient follow-up. This company is run by 2 young engineers. So what I'm saying is, the minute you start looking at opportunities of scale, earlier they used to do like a 200 patients in a camp, and now they're able to do 500. And the good thing is, these engineers are getting paid even by the state government. There is always a perception that AI is all for private hospitals. Actually, the government clinics and remote rural camps are using these, and they received a 10 million screening patients, and government was very happy, because they are seeing the follow-up engagement, and all the data what we are talking is already digitized in these systems. Very simple image annotation. And good thing is, the scientists have been working, engineers, for last 7 to 8 years, much before all the AI and this came. Another company is again BrainSight AI. Again, amazing engineers and researchers from NIMHANS. My point, in every place, they always worked with a hospital and a regulator very early on, and they're able to reach the scale. So if you're thinking about any AI-based solutions, start working with regulatory experts and a hospital that can give you a scale. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, after all of them speak, we realize that there is so much opportunity in healthcare for disruption. Healthcare has been actually not adopting all the new technologies for a long time. So we have opportunity to disrupt, and we can do that in India very well at a lower cost, much lower cost. In fact, that is one of the reasons why I started Global Innovation Hub, where we're doing some of them. When we talk to some of our friends and colleagues in US or Europe, I just came back yesterday in Europe on Life Sciences and MedTech conference. There are so many innovations and proof of concepts there. The cost of them taking it to the commercial is very, very high. We can bring them and take them to the, because we have data, if we have a data, we can easily commercialize them. We can train some of the models for India also at a very low cost instead of reinventing the wheel. So there is so much happening across the world which we can adopt. So, and some of our, I've been interacting with IITs and IIITs and Indian Institute of Science and everybody for the last 2 years as pursuit of Global University Foundation. We are all working in silos. Time has come. We need to work together. Whatever ideas you have, identify. Now, I think after today's Nagesh's talk and some of the innovations seen in the exhibition, hospitals are also willing to work with all of you, all the young engineers and technologists. We all should work together, and it's Dr. J. Chaudhary Garu is bringing all of us together through ISF. He wants all of us to work together and disrupt and democratize healthcare. We can bring down the cost of healthcare significantly if we have disruptions and innovations in India. So that is the only way healthcare can be democratized. And we can all work together, and in that way, I think we want to ask, we want all of you to ask questions so that we can have a good discussion rather than we talking what we know.
Oh, yeah. Dr. Garu, what I noticed, in fact, the other Dr. Hariprasad also mentioning, most of the people who live in the rural area, I have seen myself, most of the patients, they go to the local RMP doctors. Whatever they say, that's a dictum for them. I mean, they just follow, I don't know, they don't go to the MBBS doctors, MDs and all that. Most of the people, they have more faith or belief, I don't know what it is. But what is happening now in the village, these RMP doctors have got some linkages with some corporate hospitals. They send them whether it is required or not required. By the time they come back with all the tests and all that, they're actually financially ruined. Is there any way in your global innovation hub, what you have started, can we create some kind of a in vernacular languages, an app or whatever easily can be downloadable? Suppose I speak to the app, I'm having this problem and these are the whatever the local tests and all that. Immediately you should say that these are the things with you and these are the probably experts nearby. Suppose they are from Anantapur, nearby this thing. So in Bangalore, these are the hospitals, these are the experts, their phone numbers and all that. Is there any way that we can help them and guide them? Otherwise, they're all getting into the financial kind of difficulty. In fact, patient may die, but the entire family is also getting onto the roads. They're becoming beggars because whatever money they've saved is all gone. So is there any way that we can help the rural patients through some technology intervention, through some medical knowledge intervention, Doctor?
Yes, sir. I think it is a great question and great need also in a country like ours. We are working on a model, primary care model, where a lot of work is done by AI and basic doctor, the point of care tests and some of those things. It's still very early stage, and we need some more collaborations in that process. And now a lot of new variables are coming. It becomes much easier to monitor some of these patients once we have diagnosis. And you don't need to bring them back to the cities and frequently. There is a lot of work to be done in that area. We have started that, creating even for primary health care, we almost created a EMR for primary health center, where with AI, doctor need not interact immediately after the patient goes in. A bot will interact and all the data will be collected, and the previous data also is retrieved, and the doctor needs to spend a quality time with only the patient in the clinic, so that he will have more time to think, and also previous data also comes back in analyzed way with AI. So these are all in early stages. We are working on many of these things. Hopefully, some of these things will be useful for primary care and rural health care, home health care, and also emergency care. We are working on something. From the time emergency ambulances will be equipped with EMR and all the AI models, where whatever procedures they do on the way, it will be connected to the hospitals, so that we don't lose the golden hour. So AI-based protocols are adhered to by the technicians in the ambulance. Right from there, we'll monitor the patient. So some of these things are working on.
Can we take up this as a first ISF committee, whatever we have formed? Can we take up this as a one problem to be solved? We'll bring all the technologies to you, and if we can figure out a startup can be incubated, we can get the funding and see that in a very meaningful way in the next one or 2 years we are able to solve this and keep on upgrading it, so that all the people in different states also will be benefited. Otherwise, they're all getting stuck.
Sure, sir.
And ultimately, in fact, hospitals are getting benefited, but poor people are actually they're losing their lives, doctor. I think in the interest of those people, let us take this as a first problem under our ISF committee, and we'll provide a comprehensive solution. Maybe we'll get some funding, some NGOs and all that. Funding should not be a problem, but think about it, and we'll have under your leadership, let's create
sure, I think rural health, we'll do something on that along with ISF. Yeah. I'll be happy. I'll talk to our team, and one of the thing is, not only us, there are many venture studios in the country who are willing to work with all of you. You have a good idea in the healthcare or life sciences, you are welcome to, as we will validate if it is a good one, commercially viable, and is going to impact society. We will definitely be able to help you, or ourselves, or we can put you to many other people, or through ISF, we can help you to take your idea into a commercial stage. That is something which we are willing to offer you, all of you. Youngsters, please do not think that you are alone. We're all there for you.
Chaudhary, on the same note, vast majority of people in this country do not have access to decent health care, and they are forced to go and seek this rather unskilled or untrained personnel. Now, health wearables is one area where you can have remote monitoring, and the next level, telemedicine came here a while ago, but unfortunately for various reasons it didn't take off all that well. But COVID-19 gave a push to it. So it is a well-established entity now that you can give a decent medical advice remotely. With advancing in so many variables, the data to the doctor at a remote area is more dependable, more accurate, and therefore it will be a lot cheaper. Because in this country, there is no system like primary, secondary, tertiary care. Many of your patients, what you just said, there are enough statistics to say one unexpected admission can make the patient to either borrow money or sell the assets, tip the balance from reasonably well-to-do to below poverty line. And something like 60 to 70% of patients in this country pay from their pocket. And without knowing where to go, they come to Apollo Hospital for such a minor problem. That division is not there. So being a tertiary center, the hospital and the doctors would do everything that is available. So, you know, in their part, they're perfectly right, but there is this gap. And your technology can help in deciding the patient where to go and whether to go or not. And many times some automated answers, AI can give that and give the warning when to go and seek the doctor. So that's one thing that we desperately need, and we can certainly lead, and whole developing nations all over the world are really looking at us to come out with that kind of effort. It's very well workable now, and there is enough technology, and all the techies should really focus more on that area. And therefore, this remote monitoring is more dependable. The second part is with the aging population, you know, the elderly man and woman regularly need to go to doctor just to check their blood pressure and to get some advice, which is again very, very difficult. A lot of gadgets can be set at home or to the patient, and therefore majority of the times they can get the answers there itself, and only to go to the hospital when it is absolutely necessary.
Yeah, I think one second. There is a lot to be done in the rural area. That gap between the rural and urban divide, you want to close that. Mobile health, remote health, home health, point of care testing, and we need to capture the data of all these things so that, thanks to ABBA, I think ABBA is doing a lot of good work. I think if that health card comes for everyone, like Aadhaar card, I think if they're also giving incentives to the both doctors and even the data companies to 20 rupees per recruitment you do. I heard ABBA is going to give next few months, they're going to spend almost 60, 70 crores on that. So there are so many things happening in the country. I know we are all restless and we are all in a hurry that everything should happen overnight. I have come back to India in 1990, where we were in healthcare and where we are today. I think there is a tremendous growth in healthcare delivery outcomes in the country, especially last 2 decades. The total change in healthcare, the way you have the best healthcare available in the country for a fraction of cost, whether it is a cancer, whether it is a heart surgery, whether it is a liver transplant, whether it is a kidney transplant, you have anywhere in the world, 1/10 cost you will get it in India in highest quality. That is something we all have to appreciate. I know we are a large country, 1.4 billion we cannot solve overnight, and also our economy is growing. So I see in the next 10 years our economy grows double or triple. That's where you will have enough money to bridge this gap. In the meantime, we need to do the disruption, technology disruptions with all the younger people. We're all there to help. ISF is there to facilitate. We can probably bring down that time, shrink the time, and rural health becomes better and better as we go along. I don't think we are going to see overnight change. We need to keep debating and disrupting. That is the only way. You want to say something?
Sir, Chaudhary Garu, you made a very thought-provoking suggestion. This is where my headspace is to add, give some validation which will be for further consideration if it's all worth it. I would suggest to create an octagon kind of a network. Simply, let's look at a spider web. The way how the spider keeps the dots and keeps weaving it, and you have so many lines. Nowadays, you have so many gadgets that have come. Many of them, they have at home glucometers, blood pressure monitoring kits like that. Not every one of the family in the rural communities are empowered with either the knowledge or the equipment that's desired. What we can do with your initiative through ISF, we can create those kind of dots and weave a network. In every village, there are many gadgets that have come, the painless and needleless. With the touch monitor, it will tell you what's your blood sugar. With the touch, it will tell you what's your blood pressure. With the finger touch, it can also record your ECGs. So that ECG will tell you whether you are having a chest pain that's going towards a heart attack or whatever it is. If we can empower these villages with those 3 devices with touch, that's more than adequate at the early stage for them to know what's going on with that particular product. Mostly, these are chronic illnesses like hypertension, diabetes, and leading to heart attacks and strokes. That's where the focus should be. I mean, you have this one with the AI or the intelligence and the technology. When they touch it, all these devices must be connected to one nodal point. So that nodal point will relate to another central nodal point as a center of the hub. So in such a way that these nodal points must have a nurse, a public health worker, who can quickly get this, SMS or messages, whatever it is, or WhatsApp. Then they can relate to the doctor who is connected to the network. And also you must provide in those villages, every village must have a center. Like you must have a center there where they can go. A basic education must be provided to these volunteers in the village. If the recording is saying like an early stage of a heart attack, just give him 4 aspirin tablets, give him 1 clopidogrel or 4 clopidogrel tablets, and calm it down. So this kind of basic education will prevent a lot of deaths, and also this nodal connectivity will bring to the center of excellences, like the bigger centers and the bigger institutions. This is something that you can conceptualize and think if it's worth considering. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think we are running out of time. Already we are late. Any 1 or 2 questions? Quick questions, please.
Namaste, sir. My name is Rohan Manthana. First of all, thank you so much for your time and all the valuable insights. Thank you, Guna, sir, for bringing in the education side of AI. We are exactly on that path. We created a virtual patient of a human body for anatomy. And when you brought that up, sir, the first word that came into my mind was not competition, but rather collaboration. And I'd like to thank Chowdhury sir and ISF to create that environment here for all of us. So we are also working very closely with IIT Hyderabad to build a conversational AI bot, sir, to basically build a virtual patient that helps medical students to practice their diagnosis, treatment plan, and also build their empathy factor during the conversations. So my question, sir, is, now that we have these products, when we go to the market, how do we approach the market? Should it be top-down, where we go up and try to convince them to integrate it into the curriculum, or should it be from university to university? So,
to me.
Yeah, that's my question, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ma. Very nice question for the educators. Again, I want to emphasize on a strong foundation. Basics is important. That's why they produce better experts to go forward. In this case, what I will suggest you is, there are many companies that are doing this kind of simulation labs and all that are extraordinarily expensive, and an average of 1 crore, $250,000. But I will suggest you to go to the startup schools like us. We are a startup now. So the basic schools, and start your product from there. And you build it from there, you can get your value for your product, and that's how you penetrate the market.
Thank you.
If anybody has got 1 more question, then we'll stop there.
Yeah, in fact, for Rohan, my name is Sanjay Gadale, founding CEO of the Center for Climate Change in 2009. And in fact, I missed Hari. Hari is my classmate from school. We have done a lot of other initiatives at the ground level, basically to achieve the ability of healthcare and services to reach to the common man. I'm very happy, Dr. Ramesh. One of the areas that I wanted you to throw some more light on was basically what was done by Prasad to actually reach the ground level through the creation of small distributed field level interventions, which actually used to get combined with what was previously done by EMRI and HMRI. Could you throw some light on what happened over there? That's the first part of my question. For Jay, I would like to share the fact that in our Satyam days, I'm talking about 2000 plus, with Dr. U. Balaji, you would be aware that HMRI and EMRI were two big initiatives that actually got medicine in the box, and also created a huge network which has gone up to the state level. However, the focus at that time was social entrepreneurship as well as impact rather than commercialization. My suggestion to all of us is that if we get hold of the old knowledge base that has been acquired in those years for the various criticalities that were identified in various societies and various states where the project was taken to, both by GVK as well as with the state earlier, we could use many of our AI tools that are now available to us to actually give us some trends. Why I say this is that way back in 2014, I had actually piloted Vinod Khosla's Alive Core product in India by personally taking it to almost 20 to 30 cardiologists for the defibrillation in analysis of the data of various patients to check on the efficacy of that device.
I think, please keep it, because
this is the last question.
We're running out of time.
Right. So there are two parts of this. My second part is basically something for all of us to just go back and look into our history and start working on that rather than reinventing the wheel.
We'll take it offline.
Yeah?
We'll take it offline.
Sure.
Ramesh?
And the last part is about Alive Core. Basically, that data has now got integrated into your smartwatches and your phones. So technology is at a relentless pace, yes, but simultaneously we should not lose sight of our rearview mirror and learn from our experience and history, is my suggestion to the August panel over here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very quick, I want to take centers. How do you connect through, there are doctors there, in-house doctors there, there are vision technicians there, and for difficult cases we use technology through the teleophthalmology. Every day, 200 patients, they take the picture and then connect to the telecommand center, and then we provide a thing. With that, what has happened is, we know glaucoma is more prevalent in some district of Andhra. Retinal diseases are more. That way, we are coming with the rural level data. Thank you. That's all I want to say.
I think Ramesh, excellent. I know the best pyramidal model in our country, any specialty has, it is L.V. Prasad created that. And I think cancer, you can do that, at least in both Telugu states, you can do that. There is Basavatarakam, Indo-American Cancer Institute. Krishna is the CEO for that. There are many things we can do. I think together we can all do a lot of things. Disruption is the order of the day. I think ISF is a good platform for all of us to work together and make it great for our future generations. Thank you.
Deepest gratitude to all our esteemed speakers of the HealthTech Roundtable for your valuable insights. Please give them a huge round of applause. To felicitate our distinguished speakers, I would like to have Dr. Jay Chaudhary Garu, founder and chairman of the International Startup Foundation.
Just outside of this forum, I just want to suggest to all the ISF members, participants, and audience and media and all the experts, there has been one man who has been doing this relentlessly and selflessly, is Sri J. Chaudhary Garu. I do not know how to measure on a scale his magnanimity in bringing such kind of forums together. Did we ever think about this gentleman deserves a Padma Vibhushan? Can we initiate a campaign that next year we need to get this for him? Sir, you deserve a national honor. Yes, sir. Please join this campaign.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. It's time to continue with the most insightful ISF talk. Now we have our next 3 ISF talks which are lined up. And I would like to invite Mr. Amit Gupta, founder and group CEO, Ecosystem Group, and Chairman, TIE Global. Please give him a huge round of applause. Next we have Mr. Rahul Gauraha, Vice President of New Business and member of Agri Business Management Committee, ITC Limited. Please give him a huge round of applause. We have Mr. John Levingston, Executive Director, Crossroads Economic Partnership. On behalf of Team International Startup Foundation, I would like to welcome them all on the dais. We would like to invite the founder and chairman of the International Startup Foundation, Dr. J. Chaudhary Garu, on the dais, please. Please give him a huge round of applause. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Amit Gupta, founder and group CEO, Ecosystem Group, and the chairman of the TIE Global. The stage is yours, sir.
Well, I think it's a lot to process after the wonderful session, very inspiring thoughts. So I kind of feel like I want to continue on the theme of healthcare and health tech innovation, but I have a job to do. I was given a topic to talk on, so I'll stick to that. But thank you again for this opportunity, and thank you for a wonderful first half today. So, how many here, let me ask a question. Have you ever had an idea that keeps you awake at night? One that's excited you, it scared you, but also maybe made you feel like it's a bit impossible? Is there anyone here who's had that idea? Yeah, I'm sure if you're an entrepreneur, you would have had that. I had that the first time when I was 23 years old. And I'm going to quote a one of my favorite quotes from Bruce McLaren, and he said, it would be a waste of life to do nothing with one's ability. For I feel life is measured in achievement, not in years alone. Could I request somebody to close that door, please? Thank you. How many here know who Bruce McLaren is? Anyone? Okay, one person. How many here like cars? How many here know about McLaren cars? Well, Bruce McLaren was the founder of McLaren, the youngest ever winner of the F1 Grand Prix at the age of 22. By the time he passed away testing his, at that time, the fastest race car, at the age of 32, he had already built the world's fastest automotive company, McLaren. So I think there's a lot of inspiration to take from people. I will share a little bit about my personal journey. That's what I was asked to share. I want to talk a little bit about my learnings through the process, my simple rules, and possibly also share my thoughts on the future of entrepreneurship. So let me start with my personal journey. I actually come from a medical family. So my parents, my father is an orthopedic surgeon, a PhD, and is someone who has carved his own path because he came from a very successful business family, but chose not to go in business, but to serve in medicine. He met my mother in medical school, where my mother was the youngest medical student in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. They actually had to change the law because she had topped the state board. She was 15 when she went to medical school. And she met my dad when they were in medical school. She also had a PhD and was the first woman to do a PhD in anesthesia from India. So when I told my parents that, look, I don't think I want to pursue medicine, and I didn't really have an idea that, in those days, entrepreneur wasn't really a term that was used that often, but I said, hey, I want to do something of my own. That's the term we used at that time. And for me, what worked was, what my father said to me was, he said, you know what, be limitless, go chase your dreams. But just promise me one thing, whatever you do, always do the right thing. And I think that's the ethos I've lived by, and I think it's helped me tremendously. Entrepreneurship, as we often have seen, everyone will agree, all the entrepreneurs say it's a pursuit of a dream. It's often correlated with being very cool. How many people here think entrepreneurship is cool? I will tell you, there are many moments that I don't feel it's cool. Yeah? There are many things about entrepreneurship that we don't talk about. The struggle, the uncertainty, the emotional turmoil, dealing with failures. But you know what? All of those are character building exercises. All of those actually help you become a better human being, a better leader, and in most cases, hopefully find the pathway to overcome your failures to get success. So when I founded my first startup, I was 23, my first tech startup. It did reasonably well. I raised a few rounds of funding. This was in the late 90s, and I did manage an exit, but it wasn't all that I dreamt of. Because as I went through capital raise, I realized the one thing I wasn't very good at was actually figuring out how do you actually keep control of your own company? How do you actually manage money? Because I think one of my shortcomings, I realized much later, was I didn't really understand P&Ls. I had no idea how to read a balance sheet. When they'd put a balance sheet in front of me to sign, I would pretend like I understood it, but I really didn't. I would have to call my CPA friends and ask them, can you explain to me what this means? Can I sign this? And is it legal? They would say, yes, it's fine. And I would sign it. And that didn't help. And by the time we had generated cash, our investors forced us to acquire a predictive analytics company, very ahead of his time. It was a mad scientist who was the founder, and much to my dismay, it tanked. I also tinkered with an idea generated through my own personal challenges that I saw. And I got married when I was 25. And when I got married, I realized that for overseas Indians, there was a lot to get done when you had to get married in India, because you had a short window and you had to organize a lot in a week. And so I thought of creating a website. In those days, for some of you, I mean, a lot of you are too young to know what that term means, but I think some of you will understand the term Application Service Provider, ASP. Does anyone remember what an ASP was? This was pre-SaaS days. This was before you had marketplaces. And I built a platform, as corny a name as it can be, shadivivah.com. But it was not a matrimonial site. It was a marketplace to connect service providers with consumers like myself. And then guess what? We launched, we put a lot of money in marketing, and then the dot-com bust happened. And the first thing I did was I said, well, sometimes that's one of the learnings you get as an entrepreneur. Sometimes you have to know when it's the right time to pack up. So I packed that up. I'd already exited my company, and I was fortunate to get an opportunity in an area where I actually pursued that. So it was interesting. I got in the area of technology research and analysis. I worked for, I got a job with a company called IDC, International Data Corporation. They're one of the largest technology research and analysis companies. And guess what? When I got that job, I turned it down because I thought they aren't paying me much. So I went home, I spoke to my wife, and I said, you know what? I feel terrible about this. I couldn't sleep at night. I said, having come as an entrepreneur, and I was in New Zealand, and I said, having come as an entrepreneur, there's nothing better than being in the technology research space that would give me the ability to get a bird's eye view of the market, because that's what IDC did, analyze all the technology markets. And it's a great way to build a meaningful network, because you talk to all the technology leaders. That's what technology research companies do. And I said, this would have been a perfect opportunity for me, and I actually turned it down. So the next day, I called the headhunter, and I said, I want to take that job. And she said, okay, let me speak to the hiring manager, and I'll come back to you. She spoke to the hiring manager. She said, he would like to understand your reasons. And I went and met him, and I said exactly the same thing. I said, look, I've got out of my startup. I'm starting a corporate career. This is an opportunity for me to learn about the industry, build the network. So I want to take that opportunity. And I will make sure this will be successful for me. And he did give me an opportunity. He didn't pay me as much as I wanted. But I tell you what, money is not the most important thing. And it wasn't at that point for me. But it has helped, that investment has helped me tremendously. So fast track a couple of years, I became the managing director for the business in New Zealand. When all my peers were from other countries, MDs of other countries were growing in double-digit growth, we were growing our business in X's. And that's where I realized that I had the learnings from my entrepreneur life that was put to good use in the corporate world, because I treated it like my business. And I moved to Asia during the global financial crisis from a market like New Zealand to run all of Asia Pacific, because our chairman felt I was the right leader to navigate the business through the global financial crisis. And from there on, I've never looked back. Few years, great years with IDC in Singapore, and I realized it gave me this exposure to all of these emerging markets. And I realized, though, that in the early 2010s, the market was starting to change. With the advent of public cloud, with AWS, the whole technology ecosystem was changing. All the big legacy players were getting either dismembered or they were losing their market opportunity. And you had this emergence of emerging tech companies that were coming up and growing at very, very rapid rates. And I saw an opportunity that the legacy traditional research firms like IDC, Gartner, Forrester were unable to deal with the opportunity to serve this new evolving market landscape. And that's when I thought, there's got to be a better way of doing this. There has got to be a better way. There's got to be a way that leverages technology to enable that. And that's how I started Ecosystem. And from there on, I haven't really looked back, but one of the learnings that I did get, I spoke to you guys about my shortcoming, which was not understanding P&Ls and balance sheets. One of the things I did do once I understood my blind spot, during my corporate career at IDC, I made sure that I spent enough time with the CFO to actually understand P&Ls and balance sheet. So when I started my startup again, I understood money. I understood how to raise money. I understood how to manage it. I understood the legal aspects of it. So there's always learning in everything that you do. I have a few simple rules around entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurship is simply an act of turning ideas into reality. It's about seeing a gap, a problem, or an opportunity and saying, I can solve that. It's about risk, not just financial, but also emotional risk. I think we talked about the fact that entrepreneurship isn't always cool, but you know what? It's very fulfilling. And one of the things that I realized, it can be quite lonely too, right? But that's the thing. There's a reason why they say it's lonely at the top. Because when you're an entrepreneur, whether you're a one-man band or you have 100 people or 1,000 people, you are at the top. It is your neck on the line, and it will be a lonely journey. But I've followed some rules to help overcome that. And I'll share some of those. The first one is always to stay the course on your purpose. That has to be very clear. My purpose is always, in life, has always been to help people, whether it's companies or people or individuals, my clients, navigate innovation. Be authentic. Always be yourself. Business is always about people, whether it's customers, employees, or investors. They will appreciate it if you're authentic. And I can tell you from my own experience, you can have the most difficult conversations and resolve them if you're authentic, because people appreciate that. Build relationships, not a network. Do not go build a network. Networks are meaningless. Build relationships. Make it count. So I have a rule. Don't engage with people for business unless you have a very clear sight on how you want to follow up with it. Because otherwise, you're going to have an empty conversation. No one has time for that. Create your set of cheerleaders, mentors, advisors. Even if they're not in the game with you, you know they're on the sidelines cheering for you. And they're there to give you some guidance. I have one of them right here. Thank you. And I've been very fortunate, and that's been one of my biggest drivers to also find a way to pay it forward as I help other entrepreneurs in their journey. When you have cheerleaders, keep your mind open. Don't let pride come in the way of asking for help. Be hungry, be humble. Yeah? People want to help people, but you've got to be able to ask for that help. And that's been one of my one of my core principles. Don't let perfect get in the way of progress, right? Because there is no such thing as perfect. What is perfect to me may not be perfect for you, may not be perfect for my team, may not be perfect for my investors. So don't focus on action, not perfection. Resilience, everyone talks about it. It's not just a word, because people often assume resilience is about your mental strength. Don't forget, when you're an entrepreneur, if you're going down, you're taking a whole bunch of people down with you. Your family, your friends. So resilience is about being open, being vulnerable, and sharing that with people who are supporting you and surrounding you. Because when you need help, it is those folks who will be there to help you. So, and finally, in terms of my simple rules, some of you who know me well will know that I'm actually I have to pray every day. And I have my own prayer. When I was 10, my father said to me, he said, Amit, God's your best friend, have a conversation with him. I didn't know what that meant, but you know what? Since I was 10, I've been speaking to God. So, and obviously my conversation keeps getting bigger because I want to thank God for a lot of things. There are a lot of people around me. There are more people around me and more things around me. So, but to me, a prayer does not necessarily equate to religion. Don't misunderstand me. A prayer is a belief system. Build your belief system. Something that allows you to go out there, step outside, that, in the morning, when you get out of bed, you leave your home, and you step out and you go, you know what? I'll get through this. That belief system is absolutely important. I sleep well every night, despite all the challenges, because I have that belief system. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the future of entrepreneurship as I close my talk. Are you able to imagine a better world through a digital lens. I think we heard a lot about that today in healthcare and longevity. Look, the world is changing so fast, it's hard to keep up. But what this innovation brings is the opportunities to solve real-world problems. And I think some of that we talked about today, some of that you should consider. I'm sure a lot of you are thinking about it, but the nature of entrepreneurship itself is changing now. One thing is for certain, the next wave of billionaires will be AI billionaires. It's already happening. But it's not going to be about building the next OpenAI or the next Google. It's going to be about solving for problems using AI. There is a lot of access, there's a lot of capital available for businesses looking to invest in AI, but that are solving real-world problems. Those working in AI for a long time are probably ahead of the curve, but I'll tell you what, AI has evolved so fast that anyone who starts today doesn't have a disadvantage because there's so much learning you can take from others' mistakes. The dimension I think to touch on is the intersection of innovation, impact, and investments. Innovation for impact and the investments that are available for it. The market becomes so much more so much larger as an addressable market because you're able to target underserved markets. We heard about rural markets in India today. I think one of the panelists mentioned how you could just build a health tech business by going into rural India. So similarly, as soon as you start to address impact, your addressable market increases, underserved markets, and underserved segments of society. There's a role for innovation to play in creating impact for that, and there is enough dry powder that's becoming available. You know, as we heard about this at the HealthTech Roundtable, I wanted to share, and I'm very proud of this. So I chair the board of trustees on TIE, and one of my fellow global trustees is a gentleman called Amit Mukim. Amit has just started as CEO of a company called Immunil. They're one of the 8 companies around the world that solves for cancer treatment through gene therapy and cell therapy. It's a company that was co-founded by Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw. And Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, I'm sure you're all familiar with her. Kiran was also the co-founder of TIE in Bangalore, together with Nandan Nilekani. And it is a business that's invested also by Vinod Khosla. So when you see those sort of opportunities, and people taking those steps, you know that the world is going to change around us. You know that longevity is going to become a real thing. And that longevity has to address India, not just the Western world. So it's not really just about solving rich people problems. It's not just about making rich people live beyond 100 years. It's about ensuring that everyone, everywhere on the planet, gets a fair shot at life and gets to, gets an equal time frame that they can be on this planet. An interesting investment model. How many here are actually familiar with blended finance? Anyone familiar with that? Okay, great. An interesting investment model is blended finance. What does blended finance do? Blended finance brings philanthropy capital, whether it's from foundations, HNIs, together with concessional capital from development agencies such as World Bank and ADB, to back and de-risk private capital. Why do you do that? So for those of you who understand the investment landscape, why do you do that? What is the benefit of that? It is not about subsidizing investors. What it does, it actually encourages investors to take that risk for investing in areas of impact that may limit their ability to get the returns that they would normally get. And I will tell you, it is a great way to create impact through capacity building, through ventures that drive sustainability, longevity, solving for healthcare, and greater economic inclusion through fintech areas that can actually address needs of rural parts of the world. This is what inspired me to be a part of setting up the Blended Finance Fund, MIIM. This originated out of the G20 that was held in Bali in 2022, where the Global Blended Finance Alliance was set up. So I got inspired by what it could solve for, and this is an area that I'm extremely passionate about, and I hope that we can solve some problems together. Finally, as you all know, I'm deeply vested in the ethos of TiE. I've been very fortunate. I have a lot of friends from TiE, of course. Jay Chaudhary Garu being foremost. He started TiE in Hyderabad with some of his colleagues. And of course, we got Kasi here from TiE Singapore, who's a Hyderabad boy. But we are the world's largest entrepreneur and investor community, where our charter members come together as a force for good to foster entrepreneurship across our 63 chapters. It was started in Silicon Valley in 1992 by Vinod Khosla and a few others, with just one purpose, and that was how can we come together to help entrepreneurs through their journey. And KPMG did a report a couple of years ago to measure the impact of TiE, and they quantified TiE's impact in terms of wealth creation, entrepreneur wealth creation, at over $1 trillion US, over $70 billion invested in the entrepreneur ecosystem. And thank you. I cannot take credit for that. I am the beneficiary of this legacy, and I hope that together with you, with ISF, we can continue this movement to support entrepreneurs. I will end with the fact that entrepreneurship is hashtag good for the world, because it solves, through innovation, some of the world's biggest challenges. So let's make sure that whatever field we're in, let's try and see how we can apply our minds, even if you're not an entrepreneur. Support entrepreneurs, support the innovation, support the journey. Whether you're in academia, there's a lot that can be taken from that. I thank you for the opportunity to share my journey, and I'm very, very grateful. I've had so many wonderful people along on my journey, so thank you.
Mr. Amit Gupta, for sharing your wonderful personal and entrepreneurial journey of inspiration. I'm sure our young entrepreneurs would continue to get inspired and keep these values with them in their journey of entrepreneurship. Please give Mr. Amit Gupta a huge round of applause. Up next, I would like to call upon Mr. Rahul Gora for the next ISF talk. The stage is yours, sir.
Can I request all the students who are all sitting in the back benches, can you all come to the lot of chairs are here. Can you all come? Come to the front. Hello? If you are in the back benches, you'll be, you'll not have future. Come to the front. Come to the front. Occupy a lot of chairs are empty here. Please come. There also, that corner. Get up. There are a lot of chairs here. Come and occupy them. Some more.
This works?
Come towards the front chairs.
Where? How do I change it? Projector. No, where is it? Projector. No, I'm not.
Thank you.
This is forward? Yeah. No. Which way?
Rahul, go ahead.
Yeah. As
It's
long
not
as
working?
as soon as I can.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Changed. How do I go? Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, guys. Yeah, that's great to hear all of you. So my name is Rahul Goraha, and I'm here to talk about the opportunities for startups in this space of agri and food sector. So last 2 decades, I have been in this space. I've been in 2 different businesses in foods and then in agriculture. And last 3 years, I've been building ITC Mars, which is a phygital platform which is transforming our agri-business. And as a part of ITC Mars, I have closely interacted with 50 odd startups over this last 3 years or so. So I can say with a lot of confidence that for anybody trying to build something new in this space of agri and food, there has never been a better time to do it than now. And why is that, right? So we all know that this space of agri and food in India is a big space, right? It's almost $1 trillion in size, right? And this big space today is, there are 4 big forces at play in this space, and there is an unprecedented change happening in each of these 4 today. And these, so to say, the stars are aligning for that opportunity to build something big and great, right? So moving on, the first one is the nature of the consumer preference around food is changing, right? Almost the entire first half was around something on this theme, which was around health and wellness, right? So from something which is a basic hunger management, what the consumers want from food is changing. They want health and wellness, right? It could be around food safe, organic, residue-free, and so on, or shifts in diet, right? Could be sugar, gluten, carb-free, or enriched in protein, fiber, and so on. So there is a change towards health and wellness, right? But the consumers are not just changing on what they want from food, right? But they also want it to be produced in a sustainable manner, sourced in a responsible manner, processed in an intelligent manner, right? So that piece is also changing. And finally, they want it with convenience, right? They want multiple things right at their doorstep now, right? So each of these 3 trends at some level are around value addition and differentiation, right? And this, in my mind, is a lifeblood for any new entrepreneur or any new business, right? So there is that opportunity of value addition and differentiation that is emerging. Now, talking about the supply side, right? It's a slightly different context, right? And this is a space where there are headwinds, right? As our population is growing, the calorie requirement that the growing population needs is also growing, right? So the basic food grains to meet that calorie requirement, the nature of productivity improvement that is needed is at least 30 to 40% improvement, right? That is what is needed even to meet the basic calorie requirement growth that is going to happen. But actually what is happening is because of climate change, we are seeing a 10 to 20% drop in productivity. That is the forecast, right? So if you marry these two together, it's a perfect storm. Second is, if you see agriculture as it stands today, itself is very resource intensive, right? Agri today consumes almost 80% of the fresh water that is available in the country. It uses up more than half of the land that is available in the country, almost half of the workforce which is there in the country. So this very high level of resource intensity is not sustainable also. And finally, which is also very important, right? That who is the producer in this whole setup on the supply side, right? The farmer. If you see over the last 2 decades, as the economy has improved, right? What has happened is that a lot of people have moved out of basic poverty, right? So you see that this piece has fattened, right? But we still have almost 130, 140 households which are poor. And the composition of this is still very agrarian. Maybe. So essentially what you can see is that whilst the larger part of India, there is a growth in consumption, this set of people, the farmers, the agrarian community, they are today exposed to all the channels and avenues of consumption, but the means to consume is still not there, right? So it's a sad thing today, but reality is no farmer today wants his or her daughter to become a farmer, right? So that is this gap between, while the farm incomes have grown, but there is a growing mismatch between incomes and these aspirations. Technology is a is an element, and we've been hearing about it again since morning, right? It's been a force which is a disruptive force across sectors in India for the last decade or so. But this area of agri and food has been a little slow to adopt. But what has happened is post-COVID, there has been literally a phase change in the penetration, the adoption, and also the maturity of technologies that are now in a position to create impact, right? First one, we all know, right? This affordable computer in the hands of every farmer. What it essentially does is, in agri, there is so much of diversity that there is nothing called a best practice. There is only a right practice, a practice which is right for the farmer, and that condition at that point of time, right? So what is now possible is to be able to personalize solutions for the farmers. The second big piece or the second big challenge that was always there in the space of agri was around this information asymmetry, right? So information asymmetry is for a farmer both spatial and temporal, right? Where do I sell? Which is the best place to sell? Is a spatial. And where, when do I sell? What do I sow so that 6 months down the line when I harvest, I get a good realization, right? So this spatial and temporal arbitrage is what is getting solved. The second piece is what we keep hearing, that a fundamental problem for farmers and this whole space of agri is the land holdings are small. But what is becoming possible through agri, through this tech, is that this aggregation or collectivization of farmers through platforms. And what it essentially does is that it allows this aggregation of supply and demand. And this aggregation of supply and demand enables farmers to access markets directly, enables them to access finance, which is formal in nature. And the final piece is that there are also a lot of advances in agri itself, right? Not just the digital, but in the basic agri itself, there are a lot of advances happening, whether it is seeds which are climate resistant, whether it is, delivery mechanisms which are very targeted to spray the affected plant at the right time and so on, drones, and so many of them, right? So these three pieces at very broad buckets are where tech is now emerging as a potential game changer. And the final piece, right? In this whole space of food and agri, government is a very important stakeholder, right? And this list on the left is just the things that have happened in last 100 days, by Ministry of Food and Agri. So the speed and the scale at which government also is working, because it's an important stakeholder, it realizes that agri as a space, what is the relevance in terms of employment, economy, and also equity, right? So that they are cognizant of. And I think as a sector, there's never been a more conducive time from a policy perspective than now, right? So these are, essentially the confluence of these four forces I talked about. Sure, yeah, sure. So these four spaces are what are enabling, the opportunities to emerge. Now, when we talk about what are those opportunities, see, this is a good canvas to lay out the opportunities. Now, anybody who knows this space of agri knows there can't be one single value chain, right? Value chain for wheat going up to art be very different. Value chain for a potato going up to a packet of wafers is different, right? So this is an indicative canvas, but essentially the nodes in the value chain remain the same in agri, right? That you have a farmer who's selling something and he has the costs which give him his net income, and then there is trade in between. There is a cost of credit. This sector, while the margins are very low, incidentally has the highest cost of credit. And then there is a primary and secondary processing, and then transportation to reach the hands of the consumer. So this is a good, you can say, a canvas to kind of lay out what are the opportunities that are there? We once listed out, what could be the typical problem statements for startups to work on in this space, right? And our list crossed 100, right? So if we were to kind of bucket, what are the broad areas or what are the broad kind of problems and opportunities in this space? Okay. So essentially we have 3 broad buckets, right? One bucket is which is around the farm and farmer and that catchment. And what can be done to bring efficiency there, enhance incomes for farmers, right? It could be around something as basic as farm mechanization. But how to do really 1/10 or 1/50th the typical farm size, right? So many of the solutions on mechanization are designed for large farms. But how do you have mechanization for Indian farms which are small, cost effective? Biofuels is a big space which is there at a farmer level. And then moving on. And these are the other 2 buckets which are essentially there, right? That where you can have opportunities around. So final piece before I end, what I would like to lay is that in Agri, while there are many problem statements and each value chain is different, so many solutions are possible, one of the big problems or challenges which is interesting to, for any startup guy to realize is that how do you turn these point solutions to a successful business, right? Being able to develop a solution which is robust and works at scale across crops and across agroclimatic zones is not easy. And then being able to scale it across the country and also then be able to convert it into a revenue model which is sustainable is tough, right? So often that requires support of an ecosystem as well. So a successful solution which is solving a real problem is great. But for it to become a viable business also needs an ecosystem, right? And some of these ecosystems that are there today are what are necessary for a startup in this space to work. As a part of ITC Mars, also we do some of it. We work, as I mentioned, with a bunch of startups, so happy to engage with any. We have a big presence both physically and digitally, happy to engage and mentor and support any startup. The program that we have is what we call Plug and Scale. And the idea essentially is that how do you help a startup refine the solution, work out and experiment the business model and then scale. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rahul Gaurav, for your deep insights on agri and food sector. Please give a huge round of applause to Mr. Rahul Gaurav. Thank you. Up next, I would like to invite Mr. John Levingston, Executive Director, Crossroads Economic Partnership. Stage is yours, sir.
Good afternoon. To the esteemed Mr. J.A. Chowdhury, to his team of extraordinary executives of the International Startup Foundation who created and sponsored this festival, I thank you for inviting me to share my journey in working to create a more sustainable and accessible ecosystem of healthcare for my area of the United States. In the state of Mississippi, known as the Delta region, the poorest rural region of the poorest state in the United States. Now, when I told some of my colleagues back home in the US that I was going to India to discuss with so many brilliant young entrepreneurs and investors in India about what we in the Mississippi Delta are doing to address health inequities, lack of access to adequate health care, and the issues of financial sustainability for healthcare facilities in our region, they asked me, why India? Why this group? Why now? Well, I think the answer to those questions may be informed by two thoughts. First, the community I come from shares many things in common with certain rural areas of India. We have a very high poverty rate. Transportation for many families is difficult, and a lack of access to adequate health care, coupled with unhealthy lifestyles, has created a population base in which many people suffer chronic illnesses and infectious diseases. These facts, underscored by historical events, promoted generational cycles of poverty that contribute to poor education outcomes, a higher crime rate in our communities, and presents workforce challenges that make recruiting industry to our area a challenge. And yet, families in rural India and our families in the rural United States have a fundamental and heartfelt desire in common. They each hold the common hope for a better future for their children and grandchildren. And second, during recent decades, we in the US, if we are paying attention at all, have witnessed a resurgence in South Asia, most especially in India, in the fields of technology, in the development of new pharmaceuticals, in space exploration, in the defense sector, counterterrorism, the cyberspace, in Make India, as discussed by Prime Minister Modi, and in the general economic growth and development. India is the country that more and more countries are turning to for leadership and partnership. In a recent International Monetary Fund public financial blog, the author notes, and I quote, "India's most recent decade of economic growth from 2014 to 2024 has been characterized and driven by structural reforms, innovation, and prudent fiscal management. And in the area of geopolitics, India has become an indispensable ally. India is addressing under the most severe restraints many of the challenges faced by rural U.S. regions with an entrepreneurial zeal and a resourcefulness that has compelled many of us in the U.S. to pay attention to what is going on here so that we may learn and grow from your experience." Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. When I learned in mid-2022 that our regional hospital was in danger of closing, and I and my agency were assigned the task of keeping it open, I traveled to Bangalore to implore Girish Krishnamurthy, the CEO of Tata Medical and Diagnostics, to share with me the program of healthcare they developed for the rural regions of the state of Karnataka. I did this because I was aware of the innovative, pragmatic nature of their program and wanted to see it in action firsthand. And I was not disappointed. I took great inspiration from their practical approach to successfully reaching an undereducated population living in poverty, teaching them how to access the new healthcare facilities that were recently built, and assisting patients through tech solutions to monitor health outcomes throughout the state's population. And when I returned to the United States following my 2022 visit, I discovered that the group leasing and managing our hospital was losing money at an increasingly rapid rate and intended to close the hospital within 60 days, much sooner than we had expected. If shuttered, the nearest trauma center would be almost 2 hours away by ambulance. More significantly, we would have no labor and delivery services in the northwest sector of our state, and that would have imperiled the lives of thousands of mothers and infants. But beyond labor and delivery, what would the broader impact be if this healthcare facility closed? Well, the answer lies in understanding the conditions of our region, the Mississippi Delta. And that region is a 19-county area in the northwest part of our state. It is an alluvial floodplain and contains among the richest soil in the world. Its economy has traditionally been agriculturally based, although recent efforts have been successful in developing a nascent industrial base. But nonetheless, and for historical reasons, the region has the highest poverty rate in our state and among the highest per capita in the United States. One consequence of this high degree of poverty is demonstrably poor health among many of its citizens. According to the U.S. Center for Disease Control, among Americans 35 years and older, Mississippians have the highest mortality from heart disease in our nation. Further, African Americans, who make up a disproportionate share of the Delta population, are twice as likely to have a stroke as whites, and the relative risk of dying from that stroke is even higher. According to the Mississippi State Department of Health, the population of our region, the Delta region, has among the nation's highest per capita rates of cancer, diabetes, and other chronic diseases. The publication U.S. News and World reports that Mississippi has the highest rate of sexually transmitted diseases in the United States, and the Delta region leading the state. And these numbers are rising. As reported in the September 13th edition of the online state newspaper, Mississippi Today, and I quote, "In the 6 years ending in 2021, Mississippi saw a 900% increase in babies born with syphilis passed to them during pregnancy." Finally, and perhaps most tragically, according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Mississippi has the highest infant mortality and maternal mortality in the U.S. Additionally, as reported in the same edition of Mississippi Today, black babies are more than twice as likely to die before their first birthday compared to white babies. This is the world, and these are the circumstances in which we live and for which we are charged with addressing. As we have told our political leadership, our job is not just keeping open a hospital, although that is part of it, but it is also about finding a way to successfully address the humanitarian crisis our people face. Therefore, closing our hospital would increase and accelerate an already alarming trend, which is that of perpetuating health and wealth inequities, ensuring a grim future for generations to come. So one might rightly ask, how do we propose to address these appalling and tragic circumstances? Following a prolonged negotiated buyout of the lease from our former lessee of our hospital, our team took over operation and management on May the 1st, 2023. We discovered the once thriving hospital had been taken apart, department by department. We were left without a CEO, without a CFO, an HR director, an IT director, no accounting team, no head of plant operations. In short, we became the managers of a hospital bereft of the capacity to survive on its own. One consequence of the slow dismantling of services in the name of cost-saving measures was the inability to service the number of patients we once had. We learned that, not surprisingly, as services and personnel had been diminished in recent years by the previous management group, the number of babies delivered in our facility steadily dropped, leaving many underage pregnant girls without care. In the 16 months since we began operation, we put together a leadership team of community leaders, elected officials, a seasoned cadre of lawyers and consultants who specialize in rural health care. We hired new executive leadership, new department heads, realigned up the salaries of existing employees, found efficiencies of economies, and developed a plan for our future. We have increased our daily census to almost 5 times what it was when we took over management. We recently acquired the largest OBGYN clinic in North Mississippi, absorbing their doctors, employees, and their building. We did this so that we could control and improve that service in our region of the state. And finally, we continue to recruit additional doctors and other specialties and build our relationships with local, regional, national, and international partners and supporters. And now, it is time for our team to address the great challenge before us all, which is to create a sustainable model of high-quality health care for the Delta region and in rural America that will be accessible to all of our residents. To accomplish this goal, it will take much more than just money. It will require the cooperation of local, state, and national government leaders. It will require the use of every technology that can drive communication and information. And in many ways, as in so many other industries, high-tech, AI, will provide many of the means to reach, communicate with, and treat our patients. But it will also require something much more. Interestingly enough, in 2018, I met a great Indian philanthropist and teacher, Sadhguru Madhusudan Sai. While in India that year, I learned about the Sadhguru's mission to build hospitals in India and around the world that provided free pediatric heart treatment to children whose families had little or no access to adequate health care. The notion of providing health care to the most needy amongst us had great appeal to me, but seemed impossible to implement in the United States, given the American healthcare system, which depended on a labyrinthian insurance reimbursement system for financial sustainability. However, in 2019, in an act of total selflessness, Sadhguru Madhusudan opened a clinic in my hometown of Clarksdale that offered free medical service to our underserved population, with a special consideration on those who had no medical insurance of any kind. Now, I must admit that the idea of a free clinic seemed to me impossible to sustain. And I wasn't alone. Most of the medical community in Clarksdale scoffed at the idea at the clinic and felt somewhat threatened by the idea that this free clinic might steal some of their patients and some of the money out of their pockets. And yet, today, 5 years later, the clinic has 3 medical doctors and 1 PhD psychologist. It has been relocated to our hospital's medical office building. It is thriving and has become a model of collaboration, not only with our hospital, but with other institutions in our region. And while thank you. And while I, like many others in my community, doubted the financial viability of that clinic, I had no problem understanding the idea behind the Sadhguru's efforts. His mantra is to love all and to serve all. While I had grown up in an environment in which healthcare had become more and more driven by corporate concerns of profit, the Sadhguru's seemingly impossible but very successful efforts were driven by a view diametrically opposed to the American healthcare industry. Rather than profits, his idea was that we should all endeavor to take care of our fellow humans out of respect, honor, and love. We were also inspired by the efforts of another man who has become a dear friend, Isaac Tigert. Thank you. The founder of the Hard Rock Cafe chain of restaurants and the House of Blues franchise, Isaac donated a significant portion of his fortune to fund the creation of a large hospital in Puttaparthi. These 2 men underscore the idea that while financial independence is a necessity, there is also a compelling moral imperative to healthcare which may be realized through foresight, wisdom, and generosity of men like the Sadhguru and Mr. Tigert. Their efforts, which have inspired our efforts to create a more accessible ecosystem of healthcare in our region, give life to the words, of the 19th century American theologian Theodore Parker and paraphrased in 1963 by the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. And I quote, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." To which I would add, but it doesn't bend on its own. With great intentionality, we have to keep bending it ourselves. These two men and their efforts continue to bend that arc toward decency, civility, humanity, justice, and love, and provide inspiration to a small cadre of people in rural America to follow their lead. So finally, in conclusion, we return to the question, why India and why now? When one thinks of the United States, one often considers a land of immense wealth, exceptional opportunity, and global military might. And it is all those things and more. But within that extraordinary country exist rural areas that were and remain the primary agricultural centers in the US, but are often characterized and affected by debilitating generational cycles of poverty for many of its families, exacerbated by the poor health of its citizens. To provide a higher quality of life and to reduce health and wealth disparities, and to rethink the delivery of health care to our population, we look not only inward to our local, regional, and national resources, but also outward to our friends and our partners in other nations, such as India. And when we consider the tremendous responsibility we feel for the outcome of so many lives and for the well-being of so many families, we look for inspiration to the teachings of Sadhguru Madhusudan Sai and Mr. Tigrit, whose selfless acts of love and generosity illustrate so clearly that it takes both acts of loving kindness as well as financial resources to lift up a broken people and to help realize the dream all our families all over the world share for a peaceful and healthy future for all our children and the generations to come. I thank you so much for allowing me to be here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. John Levingston, for your wonderful insights. Please give a huge round of applause to Mr. John Levingston. Now, I would like to request Dr. Jay Chaudhary Garu to felicitate our distinguished ISF talk speakers. Thank you so much. Moving on to our next section, which is the Skill, Employability, and Talent Roundtable. I would like to invite Mr. Seshadri Vangala to begin the said roundtable. Over to you, Mr. Seshadri.
Good afternoon, friends. I think we have good in the audience because I believe whenever I hope we talk about. Could you please request everybody to come forward? Yeah. I hope, can you all come forward? You can just
I request whoever is sitting at the back, please come forward. Please come forward. Thank you.
I know it's a bit of a challenge that we are getting into lunchtime, but I hope I'll begin with a small thing. I think how many of us in the room feel that skills, employability, talent is important? If you have, you can raise hands. Do you think this is important? I think I should repeat the question. There are only a few hands. How many of you think again that skills, employment, talent is very important? Again, very limited number. Friends, I can promise you with ISF, the whole idea, my name is Seshadri Vangala. I've been privileged to be working alongside my mentor, Dr. J. Chowdhury. So I look after all the talent. That's where I come from, my background. And the intent for this particular session is not definitely another session, another plenary types. The whole idea of this is to how and what the ISF initiatives and ISF kind of a thing has been really outcome. So before I go, before I speak further, last year's session to this year's session, we had certain skills already we talked about. We had certain talented people talked about. So last year to now, we have few people. One of them is, I'll just name by name just to get the challenge what they did. These are kids, and we're talking about unicorns. So we have, first of all, Abhishek. Abhishek, where are you? You can come to the dais. Arnav. So Abhishek actually, 18 years old, started his company, already creating some kind of employment, the skills from the last year to now. Then we have Arnav. Arnav, he's a author of quantum physics. How many of us really talk about quantum physics? Youngest author of quantum physics, 15 years, is here. Similarly, we have, where's Mahesh's son? I mean, our co-founder Mahesh's son. Yeah, where's your son? He's also been roaming, understanding from 7 years old. He's also kind of going around places along with my friend here, Mahesh. I think he's actually, when Mahesh is here, he is actually running the stall. Similarly, where's our Araku Coffee? Ram Garu, where's your son or daughter? I think Ram's daughter is also how many years, I don't know, but she's running the company. The Araku Coffee is run by Ram's daughter. So we should applaud all this young thing which is realistically happening with ISF. And not only that, I should, first of all, I also have, I just want to acknowledge Dr. Ravinath Chaudhary Garu, who is also into the innovation. Thank you, Guruji. And also we have Captain Bobby, who is the first woman commercial pilot from the tribal region. And you should have known Bobby here. And Venu Ganapuram Padma Shri Awardee nominee, and also a scientist wearing multiple hats, as his trademark is always hat. But if you listen to me, he saved doctors' lives, sir, during COVID. He saved already doctors' lives during COVID. That's the reason he was being nominated for Padma Shri Awardee. Similarly, I think there are many of them right here. And the whole intent for us here is, as I said, we don't want to do another session. Another session we are not really fond of. Actually, ISF as such always been, we are not doing, if you have seen all our fests, me and my mentor disagree on only one thing. He says still event, I say fest. Because my mentor always does fest here. So why fest? Because everybody came here are all pro bono volunteers, the student volunteers. Within last time, I think we had about 300 volunteers who came from students, volunteers putting every one of their time here. I think it's a first of its kind, unique. They're not doing things, all of them that they're doing is just getting into that. So basically we have friends like Deepu. Deepu, where are you? I think he should have spoke about his initiatives from Kerala. And we have some of the talent leaders here. They're all from the what we say, the corporates, but they're also the good human beings, I call them, because they took the time to build it. So also before I get in, I want to also thank, I don't know where's our director here, Ramesh Garu. I think that's the reason we have here Engineering Staff College of India. And we also have some of their students. We already did a session when this building or this ESK was not known to many. When they say ESK, they say ASCII. And I hope this now they will know every route comes into ESK. That is what we promised him, saying in a few months' time, we are getting ESK as a premier institute of skills and talent. And I just want these folks to have a 1 minute, because we have been spending a long time. I hope, I know it's a lunch is one thing, but I hope you will be finding interesting, and we need your support and encouragement for this talent. Yes, Abhishek, all to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abhishek Gosala, and before I go further, I would like to give my heartfelt thanks to J.H. Chowdhury sir and the ISF team, who has brought this great opportunity in building this such a great platform and connecting visionaries with young entrepreneurs like me to dream bigger. And I owe all my inspiration from this ISF Fest. I've been a volunteer last year, and to see the ideas that have come out of the event and the talks that everyone had at that event really inspired me to have my own startup, that is LChef. And thank you so much, sir. Sheshadri sir has also been a great mentor to me and a support to me, as well as I also come from a family that is always primarily been job seekers, and my family has empowered me to be job makers. And I think that is, I owe my family and ISF a great thank you. Thank you, guys.
Hi, I'm Arnav. I guess they introduced me before. I've been at ISF. I've been working with ISF. I've been the core team since the last 2 years. And I mean, the events turned out amazing, right? So far the talks, the awards yesterday, it was amazing, the orchestra. The whole event's been great. Everyone's been, I've been meeting everyone. I've met a lot of people so far, and I look forward to meeting everyone. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nan, and this is my father's company. This is my father's company. I'll start my own company tomorrow.
You're a smart kid. Now we talk.
So, I've been here for the last 2 years, but this is the first time I've been representing my father. So, I really did have a lot of experience seeing all of these startups from the last 2 years. And ISF itself is a very great event because really they give some very talented employees, some unicorns, some very talented people come out of this. And this can empower our future, I believe.
You have seen a small epitome. I think we are not finished yet. This is just a small beginning for us. And also before I acknowledge, I want to acknowledge Gervais, wherever you are. Gervais, can you please stand up? She came all the way from Netherlands. You should have seen that AI information poem. AI information poem booth. The AI converts to poetry also. That we really knew that she was there all the way from Netherlands for me. Thank you, and the whole team there. Similarly, I think Edward Cole is not here, the UK. Dr. Raja, of course, from Germany, my good friend. Impact Hub, as we are trying to make impact, has always been part there, sir. And of course, while I, again, there are many, as I said, there are many, sir. Levingston, I think, John, you should have seen. That's where India, I think we are talking a billion population, but also we are also coming into that. We are trying to do the skills. And that's where I think the SKI is just beginning. By the time, next time you come in, you'll see many here in the room, sir. So with this, I think I just hand it over to Venu, who is leading this most, I think I still call it is the, maybe before the lunch, the most impactful is what we are trying to do. I use the word impactful skills
Employability Talent Roundtable. Over to you, Venu.
Thank you, Sej. Andarki namaskaram andi. This is Venu Madhav. I am a volunteer for ISF Global, and I'm working as a Deputy CEO for IFIN Global Group. So I got this opportunity to introduce my set team, speakers coming here. And before I start, just I want to have a small Sanskrit recite a Sanskrit sloka. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. This is to honor our Guru, and I dedicate it to our mentor, the driving force behind ISF, Sri J. Chaudhary Garu, and all my beloved mentors who are helping me throughout my career. Today, we will be discussing the benefits of generative AI in HCM, Human Capital Management, and sharing our thoughts. Your insights are important, and we are looking forward to some engaging discussions. Now, I would like to invite our esteemed speakers to join me on stage. Let's give me a warm welcome. Abdul Qadir. He is a talent acquisition partner in a renowned banking technology firm. Please welcome Abdul. Please. Arun Boda. Sorry, actually he didn't join today. Arun Prasad, Head of Talent Acquisition from Flutter. Deepa Jagarlapudi, she's a Senior Director and Head of Talent, Valtech. Thank you. I invite Dr. Venu Garu, Senior Principal Scientist and Padma Shri Awardee nominee with CSIR. Thank you. Mr. Majid Ali Khan, Head of Human Resources, CMS IT Services. Welcome on stage. I want to welcome Madan Harthi, Founder, CEO, Empower Group. Welcome, Madan. I want to welcome Ram Misala, Talent Acquisition Leader, Technology Hiring for India and Philippines, Sitco. Welcome, Ram. Mr. Rohit Bharadwaj, Head of Talent Acquisition, India, ICE. Ms. Sunita Lanka, a Global People Officer, Sprint Ray INC. Last but not the least, inviting the chair of the roundtable, Emmanuel Gosila. He's a seasoned HR professional with 19 years of experience in strategy development, talent acquisition, and human automation. He is skilled in Gen AI tools, change management, and HR analytics. Currently, he is head of talent development of APAC at EPAM Systems, overseeing India, Singapore, Vietnam, and Malaysia. He has grown EPAM India headcount from 90 to 9,000, held board committee positions in NHRDN and ISTD Hyderabad chapter. Emmanuel brings strategic leadership, global collaboration, and business influence to the table. So welcome all. Emmanuel, over to you, and good luck. Thank you.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure we are just before your lunch, and we will make sure that you have some good learnings, and you will not feel the hunger right now. Because we are going to talk, as Shesh was talking about, right, the skills, employability, and talent. And you see here, seasoned, experienced professionals, almost like, they bring along 300 years of experience here. How many of students are here? Can I see your hands raised? How many students here? Okay, awesome. We have an offer from this panel for all the students. Are you guys ready? Okay, so what we want to do is, we want you to pay attention because you are the future, as Jay sir was talking about with the unicorns and all the young talent. We want you to ask toughest question to any of the panel member. The toughest question, if you pick up that question, and you will get mentoring by these panel members. Are you ready? You will get an opportunity to get one-on-one mentoring from the mentors here.
Sorry, we have a kind of wild-card entry, but most impactful entry here. We have Venkatesh. Where's Venkatesh? The disruptor, one of the innovators. He's been awarded in the London almost 3 times, sir, from Barclays. Venkatesh, I think we have Victory Venkatesh there, but we also have another Venkatesh showing our Indian thing to there. And, we have Sureka ji as well. Please welcome her into the dais.
All right, so I have been hearing about how the current generation is going to get advantage, right? We see how in 70s and 90s, how the computer revolution and how WWW revolution has changed the course of a business scenario, especially in India. Now we are talking about AI generation, and this is the future. This is where we are all talking about. And we are going to talk about what are the benefits we have, especially from the skills point of view and employability point of view. And we're also going to talk about what challenges this brings and what opportunities, right? And at the same time, how are we going to get prepared for the future? Are we ready? How are we going to encash the revolution which is happening? I'm sure most of you or all of you have been following what's happening around the world. If you look at, right, the technology and the intelligence has gone to the next level without people even knowing. They have been asked to use walkie-talkies and pagers. Walkie-talkies and pagers. And you know how the intelligence has been used in some countries by some of the people who are intelligent. Now we have AI in our hand, the Gen AI. Let's see what benefits we are going to have and how the disruption and what kind of innovation we are going to hear from the panelists. All right, so I have prepared a list of questions to our panelists. I would like to go about the talent acquisition. I would like to start with Deepa. Do you have a mic? So Deepa, we are talking about employability and the skills. How do you think the Gen AI is going to disrupt the way how we are going to screen? There are a lot of fake experiences, and the resumes are not suitable to the open positions. From your point of view, I would like to hear how you think the Gen AI is going to help you, because you had the talent acquisition. So over to you to hear your views.
Sure. Thank you so much for having us here. It's a pleasure to be amongst all of you. As rightly put, the generative AI is really playing a major role right now in how the recruiters are looking at the entire process of hiring right now, right? So if you see in our organization, which I represent, Valtech, for example, we have an inbuilt tool called as Copilot, where for every applicant which comes into our system, this generative AI itself generates text summary of the resume, wherein both the applicant and the recruiter is able to be extremely clear about what the job description holds for both of them, basically. So that's the major disruption which generative AI has done for the recruiting community, basically. So once you upload your profile into our system, the generative AI tool called Copilot generates a lot of text, which makes it extremely easy for the recruiter to map your profile and the job description very easily. So that's like a big step in the recruiting world, actually. That is number one. Number two, the way the recruiters approach a candidate has also become extremely easy because of generative AI. You go to LinkedIn and you want to generate a post. The generative AI can send a very personalized text message. It can read through your profile, and the recruiters can send you a very personalized text message. It can mimic the recruiter, as if the recruiter is writing the email to you. And it analyzes your profile thoroughly and completely and sends you the right jobs your way. So that is the kind of disruption which it has made in the recruitment process and in the human capital management, actually. And it's a big breakthrough which we are seeing right now. Yeah.
All right. So thank you. The next question is to Rohit. Rohit, we heard about the last 2 days and this morning also about people losing jobs, job displacement, including HR. I don't know in the next 3 years, 5 years, what role I will be playing in. So as per you, I see many of the students, young talent here. What do you think the AI is going to do, especially from the employability point of view? I would like to hear your remarks. Can you pass on the mic?
Thank you, Emmanuel. And thank you, everyone, for arranging this event. I'm very grateful to be part of this discussion. So, Emmanuel, answer to your question, yes, AI could be killing jobs, but also creating jobs at the same time. And if I go back to the basics of, because more than the HR, there are a lot of students sitting here. I would like to turn the focus towards why are they part of this discussion and they're sitting here. I would say that there is nothing which we will talk and is not also available for you guys to understand the importance of AI in terms of getting a job. However, every time there was a revolution, whether there was a .com revolution or there were recessions and then there were revolutions again, every time there was a need to upgrade yourself with your skills. And if I talk about today's time when the AI is in the picture, as a student, you need to keep two major things in your mind. One, you make sure that AI, you know the basics of AI at least, like how to be a mathematician is by learning mathematics, right? So you learn basics of AI, which is like data analytics, data privacy, and a lot of threats which are also coming along with the AI. A lot of companies, a lot of leaders in this event would not actually be able to announce that they are using AI because they would just call it automation probably. Because AI has a lot of bias, a lot of governments has regulations around organizations in terms of how they are using the AI. So I want all of you in the beginning to learn the basics of AI as well as the most important factors about how the usage of AI that you are going to be applying in a job or any application, how that's a robust application there. And that is only possible once you are through, very much through the education of AI. And second part is your entrepreneurial mindset. I would say when you get in a job, it's your entrepreneurial mindset as a job seeker or as an employee in an organization which makes you important in the organization. So when in Hindi, there's the Hindi word for job is called naukri, which comes from the word naukar. But I think we should not have that mindset. We should have a mindset where we are creating a value for the job role that we are taking up from an organization. So that comes with a combination of the latest trends in the AI that you learn, as well as your attitude towards getting the job.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for adding. And I also would like to ask Sunita, what are your views on top of what Rohit was talking about, Sunita?
Thank you, Emmanuel. So in the industry, if you are looking at, people have this myth of AI being a threat to their jobs. but what I look at it is an opportunity to create
keep
more
the mic
jobs.
closer.
So you are powered with AI, you get more opportunities for the jobs. So the HR professionals has to be geared up. If you are not yet, ignite the smooth transition with AI-powered HR practices. So skilling, reskilling, multi-skilling is what we are talking about. So gear up all your employees with the skills that can encourage the AI tools to come into your organizations. And another thing that I wanted to add here is all the startups, be ready with AI-powered processes in your organizations. Thank you.
Okay, so we have, we heard from Rohit and Sunita. We have disruptor from UK, Venkatesh. He has a different view about how the Gen AI and the emerging technologies are going to change the way how we are looking towards the employment. So I would like to hear from Venkatesh about his views. Over to you, Venkatesh.
Thank you so much for having me today. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, I would want to talk about three things. One is everyone wants a personalized mentor in their life. It's very important to have a mentor, and having a personalized mentor basically needs a lot of time. Now, how can Gen AI actually help any company or the employees that work for the company? So Gen AI basically has a lot of information stored from all over the globe from different people. And it is very, it's obviously very intelligent because it knows everything about you. But the only thing is that you need to ask it the right questions where it creates a model about you. And it will be able to tell you what's best for you. Three things that anyone looks for is value addition, energy, and direction. Now, it's very important for a mentor to give you a personalized mentor to give you a lot of time so that they add value to your life and your skill sets. It's very important for them to put in that kind of energy while they actually mentor you and also give you the right direction for you to pursue your career path. Gen AI can actually bridge that gap because it can actually create a model of all the skill sets that you have acquired and you can acquire, and it can actually give you the right direction, and it can be a very good mentor in this case. Now, this would also create a model where it would tell you how exactly your learning career path could be with the suggested courses that you need to enhance yourself while you actually make yourself competent in the industry space. It also helps you to basically give you a predictive analysis or a report on how exactly you have performed and what you can do so that you can make a better version of yourself. It's very important that you know the basics of AI. Even if you're not totally into it, I would say that you create an account on some of the AI tools because it's free, and we as Indians like things whichever is free. So make the maximum from it because you can learn a lot through generative AI because it can walk you through 1,000 scenarios and then it can give you the required outcomes. It can give you the required inputs, insights that you need from those 1,000 scenarios, which will take you a lot of time to actually read through and then analyze yourself. So that's the contribution of Gen AI, and it's definitely not true when everyone say that Gen AI or AI as such can take away jobs because it can be an enhancement in your life if you can use those tools, learn from those tools, get the insights, and actually improve your resume and your skill sets to make yourself more competent in the industry that you're working in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for highlighting about the need for mentors, right? So that's where I asked a question. How many of you are ready to ask tough questions? So you have any questions? Anyone? Start thinking about it, and you can raise your hand, and I will come to you with your question. So before I take your questions, so I would like to hear from my friend Arun. I'll add a point also. Oh, you'd like to add a point? Yeah, sure. Maybe there's a mic, please.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Hope I'm audible to all of you behind. Right. So we spoke about scraping the CVs or probably reviewing the CVs. There are hundreds of CVs generally will come in every job application that you go through. Just want to check with, most of the students are here, just want to check with you that how many of you yesterday, today, day before yesterday have used a generative AI tool? Maybe it's ChatGPT or Gemini. Can just raise your hands, please? I see pretty less people raising their hands, but I believe you have used a generative AI tool to prepare your CV or a resume already. Have any of you have prepared your CV or resume? You have done. Great. Fantastic. And do you know that, I believe you have seen LinkedIn or a Naukri or wherever you try to look at the opportunities basis, the skill set that you have generated, there will be hundreds and thousands of applications generally you get to see, right? As Deepa said, specifically for those parsing of the candidate, which is like, looking at the right set of 5 to 10 candidates, they need to go through thousands of CVs which is coming into our applications, into our, which is called applicant tracking system, right? So if you are not making a personalized CV for each of the companies that you apply for, then you will probably fail in getting even an interview for that organization. So I just want to give you a little bit of information that as a talent acquisition leader, I look for a candidate who is more personalized, who will fit in our culture, who also has an ability to kind of understand the technology, the finance, the operations that you work on, but predominantly how you can make more personalized way of, for example, I work in an entertainment domain, which is sports and gaming, right? And I would love to kind of see if anybody plays football. I love to kind of see if anybody plays some different games, which is mentioned in the CV, which becomes personalized for the organization when you're applying for. So please keep in mind, making one CV resume is good for you to look at, but when you are applying for an opportunity elsewhere, when you complete your courses and applying for an opportunity, make your CV as personalized as possible. So if you're applying for 100 different companies, then I'm not saying you should have 100 CVs, but make it as personalized as possible for the companies to apply for. That stands out, and you may have a high chance and opportunity to get a job there.
Great, Arun. Thank you for adding those insights. So you also mentioned about how AI is going to help the student community. At the same time, I have a question to our dear friend, Abdul. How the human judgment is going to make a difference? Because I see the AI tools are so sophisticated, and I'm sure the next 1, 2, 3 years, they're going to be very, very sophisticated. As for you, because yesterday I was talking to you offline about your experience in mountaineering, right? You are certified graduate mountaineer. So I want to hear from your experience. How about human judgment? Do you think we don't have to judge because the tools are going to do the job? I want to hear your views on that.
All right, thank you, Emmanuel. How do I put it? What comes in your mind when you say AI? Iron Man and Jarvis. That is what we know of from AI. So AI helps us build things. It helps us, derive to a conclusion. But that is not exactly AI is. It is artificial. Believe me, humans have made AI.
Closer.
Humans have made AI. It's artificial. So human beings are meant to evolve, to survive. So they are always one step ahead of whatever technology that is coming in. And that is where you'll always need that human touch to, say, scramble the data and make some sense out of it. So I'll give you a small little example before I come to my mountaineering story. So we use AI in our daily lives. We wear smart wearables. We use our smartphones. In organizations, we use AI to, like Deepa said, she uses it for screening candidates. Now, you put your CV there with your skill set and years of experience, and then, once it comes to us, we look at it, screen it, and we find some 5, 10 good applications. But what after that? Are we going to hire all those 5, 10 candidates for one role? And the answer is no. There you'll need a human touch. That is where a recruiter comes in place. they initiate a discussion with you, they screen you, they gauge you on your communication skills, they gauge you on your confidence, which AI cannot do. Again, moving forward for employees who are there in the system, there are thousands of employees working in corporates, and how do you gauge them? Who is the next in line for promotion? You can measure the matrices, you can measure the KPIs, you can, it'll give you merit list that, okay, these are the first 10 employees who are, performing really good for past 1 year. Now, we still need a human form to judge them, to put them up for promotion, because they'll still need an internal interview. Whoever is the best makes it up to the ladder. So you will always keep needing the human touch to, AI is not the end solution. AI won't snatch jobs from anyone. It'll always be there just as a support system to give you a data, to give you a conclusion. So I was talking to Emmanuel yesterday, and I'll tell you what happened. So from profession point of view, I work as a talent acquisition, but again, from passion, I'm a mountaineer. So I've been doing that for past 18 years, and I'll tell you a story. So during one of my hikes in the Himalayas, we were trying to capture a peak which was 6,000 meters. And this happened recently in 2021. And we were a team of 5 people with a guide with us. We were trying to climb. We had our digital applications with us. We had our tabs for maps, contours. We were wearing smart wearables, which would tell us how much, what heartbeat, what is the rate of the heartbeat, how much blood oxygen we have. We were carrying our oxygen cylinders and everything. So once you reach a tree line wherein the oxygen gets thin, you start to feel a bit dizzy. You're dehydrated, but you do not feel like, drinking water. You do not feel like having food. You simply lose touch, sense of things a little bit. During that, we realized that, the smart wearables that were there, it'll give you a hint of, your heartbeat has gone up, you should stop. It'll tell you are dehydrated, drink some water. The maps would show you, okay, which route to take. But we left everything there. We just used those smart wearables or the AI to gauge, okay, what is the decision that we have to make from over here. We left everything. We climbed the peak. Though it was difficult for us, but we did that. So I'll just tell you, for all the entrepreneurs that here, sitting over here, the unicorns, the startup enthusiasts, you'll always have to take your own decision. Though AI is there as a support system, but take your call and make your own judgments out of it. It's just there to support you.
Yep.
Thank you.
So whatever intelligence it is, you need human judgment. That's what you would like to summarize. Thank you. So I would like to talk about the skill gap, right? And how AI can help in my learn path. So that's a question to Sureka before I come to you, Sureka. Right? I also have questions to our Venu, right? The scientist from DRDO. This is about how, right? Human judgment and the human touch when we are talking about the artificial intelligence, right? So I would like to take that answer from you, and then we'll go to Sureka. Yeah, the human judgment and the human touch. We are losing it. Are we going to forget about it? I want to hear your views on that.
Thank you, Amit. Before I proceed further. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we here? Still here, yeah? Thank you so much. Let me speak something different, something advanced than what my fellow folks are speaking here. We are talking about AI, Gen AI. But the thing is, I'm interacting with the people past 2 days here. Young budding entrepreneurs are working on AI, AR, VR. So let me introduce the metaverse. What exactly the metaverse is? It's a constellation of AI, AR, VR, that is XR as well, that is extended reality. So artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality as a combination for the extended reality. So this is coming as a metaverse to create a virtual world. This is creating the virtual workplace as well when we talk about HCM, okay? So now, Abdullah raised the point that human touch, we are missing it. But the thing is, how effective are we in delivering our duties and responsibilities? So now the technology advancement is such a way that even you can feel that connectivity, the way you connect in real world, this platform, this technology will enable you to connect in the physical world as if you are in real. So the metaverse platform as a new technology, which is working in different fields, different sectors, not only limited to HRM or finance, real estate, in fact, the banking, you might have heard NFTs. So this kind of platforms, this kind of technologies will enable the companies to get maximum productivity without pulling the people to the office, like, because now most of us are habituated to work from home, right? So, but the thing is still you can connect with different avatars, you can have the visual impact, you can have the even sensory things. See, I know one of the companies based out of Bangalore, they can even give you the sense of touch. When you shake hand, they can give you the sense of touch kind of thing. Even you can move the objects also. So the technology is not limited for only digital world. Yes, man, you can even have the personal feeling and touch.
Okay, so you mean the integration, right? The Gen AI integrating with metaverse and blockchain, all this can bring different view to the employee or a student or productivity and any experience. Okay, thank you for bringing it up. So I'll go to Sureka about upskilling and learning, how the Gen AI tools can help an employee or a student.
First of all, thank you to ISF for inviting me on this esteemed forum and roundtable. I'd like to relate to what Sunita said in terms of upskilling, reskilling, and multi-skilling. So Gen AI is there to help you understand what are the new set of skills that you need to have for the type of employment that you choose to want to have. So as students, you need to, when you're setting up your resume, decide what are the skills that you are good at or you are passionate at, and what would you like to work or see your employment over your course of life. And based on that, Gen AI tools will help you skill up to that standard and that level. And since Gen AI is growing so fast, they will keep having innovations over a period of time. It's not going to be constant. It will keep changing. And we need to upskill and understand that there's going to be a need to change, and we need to keep up to that pace.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to ask about, Madan, in terms of the skill gap, right? So what do you say about it? How Gen AI can help in the skill gaps? Because I also see a few of the academia here. What are your views on that, Madan?
See, we have seen the sea change in the entire environment of human resource management. If you look at even in the corporates, from a corner room to the center stage, from billing the salaries to the business page, the HR resources, HR leaders have really changed a lot towards the modernity, whatever we are seeing today. The skill gaps, unless they have been addressed all through the times, there is no possibility that the businesses would have grown to what levels what we are seeing today. Okay, the question of transparency of the businesses, the question of building up the entire, ecosystem of the skill management is definitely the outcomes of the human resource leaders who think through the entire process, who also anticipate the likely changes. Today, the AI is a technology which has been accepted and also adapted by the HR resources also. At the same time, I must say that AI is an augmenting intelligence for the HR system. So today what we see is the students coming with a lot of aspirations as such, but the reality is something different. So HR plays a very crucial role in utilizing these technology in making them understand how the AI or generative AI can really make them build the gaps within the skills which they need to possess. So the skill gaps are definitely going to increase and at the same time being replenished by the efforts being put in by the HR teams. Okay. So the skill gaps in student perspective, as I was telling you, the students are coming with a lot of expectations from the organizations. At the same time, HR also has to understand that. Now, as I was asked, how the HR need to transform themselves into the management of these resources, not only the experienced, but at the entry level also, you find brilliant brains coming into the system. So how to engage them? If they don't like your answers in the first moment, they will not join you. So how to retain them, how to sustain them in the system is a big management process for a HR leader. So the skill gap engagement, the retention, the sustenance, all these things becomes a very, very crucial responsibilities of a HR, and I'm sure the skill gaps are understood and made understood with the help of Gen AI more proactively and addressed more successfully.
Okay, thank you. So I have my last questions before I go to the audience and the students for their question to Mazid and Ram about predictive analytics, right? We all know as a talent leaders how we struggled during COVID times, right? About prediction. People are leaving, joining, and work from home, hybrid model. What are your takes? Like, both of you, I would like to hear on predictive analytics. How this is going to help the human capital management as such. Okay?
Sure. Thanks, Emmanuel, and thank you, ISF. So, predictive analytics, it's a very good topic, right? It's basically looking at the historical data, present data, and planning for the future. So, while there are many definitions in the market, I just want to share an example of how predictive analysis helped our organization. Post-COVID, when we were trying to onboard or offer many people, out of 10 offers we made, like 5 people wouldn't show up. And when we've done our analysis on the historical data, we found out that people who are from the similar line of business and someone who has been referred by colleagues, they are more likely to join the organization. So with this help, what we've done is our input, we've tried to hire people who are from the similar line of business, and also we have also looked to source someone from the referral channel. So that way we were able to convert from 10 to, out of 10, we have moved from 5 to 7. So that really helped us. And predictive analysis is something implement in our day-to-day life as well. There are a lot of students over here. I think they can implement the predictive analytics in their day-to-day life as well when they're looking out for the job. Everyone has their dream company. Like example, they have like 5 to 10 dream companies. They need to look at the historical data of what company they're hiring. What is that skill they're going to hire? Look at the skill gap. They prepare themselves and then apply for that. So that's something I want to share.
Okay, thank you. You mean to say the productivity has definitely increased with the predictive analytics. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. See, data has always been the core of any decision making, right? And it is always good that you are ahead of the curve instead of later on trying to bring in reactive approaches, right? So predictive analytics is nothing but preempting what could be the future course of action, looking at the behavior of the target audience, right? In the case of human resources, in the case of talent, the target audience is nothing but your people that you are catering to. And today it has come to the light where the usage has gone up while it had always been there, right? today we talk about data and analytics, we talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning, but all of these things have always been a part of our ecosystem in the form of statistics, right? So your statistics of yesterday is becoming your modern day artificial intelligence or data and analytics or machine learning. What is happening at the workplaces today is that natural language processing is becoming very important, and that is being used to look at the behavior of your employees, look at how they have been doing certain things, and if at all there is a pattern, that pattern possibly will tell you what are the next course of actions that you are supposed to take. Organizations have deployed chatbots looking at the needs and the wants of employees, and a lot of these chatbots are conversational, where a lot of data has been fed into what has happened possibly maybe in the last 10 years, 12 years, looking at similar kind of audience. Now it is about the workplace where you look at the employee behavior. Same thing is being applied even in the field of consumer or retail business, right? So they look at the behavior of the consumers, and looking at that, a lot of feeds are sent across to people, which encourages them or persuades them to go for something in terms of buying a merchandise or taking a particular service. So an organization which is catering to people, for the HR, the people who are consumers are nothing but their employees. And looking at the data and looking at the analysis, which is going to give you a lot of insights, you come up with ways and means through which you can take care of your people. And that will not just help you to retain the talent, that will also help you to manage the talent, manage the knowledge, and from time to time, right? Some of us spoke about reskilling, upskilling, cross-skilling, etc. Again, data is what gives you all of these insights, right? You look at what is the skill gap which exists in the organization today, and how do you go ahead in fulfilling that particular gap, which will get your people in line with the relevant needs of the industry in today's time. So it actually covers the 9 yards of HR, so to say, right? Not leaving aside even a single particular facet from the entire spectrum of human resources.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to go with the questions from the audience, and then we will close this session. So please raise your hand while the mic comes to you. Okay, I see 2 hands. Wow. So you want the mentoring from the panelists here? Awesome. So we have the young entrepreneur also here. So this opportunity is for students. So please raise your hand and someone will bring the mic to you. While the mic comes to you, I would like to ask my dear friend and yeah, so I just got an announcement saying that only one question with the interest of time. Of course, we are around here. You can talk to us and ask those questions. Okay. Sorry?
You can't
1.5 question? Okay, yeah.
You can't really judge the AI because it's not been a lot of time since AI came. It's only became like 200 years mostly since AI came. So you can't really judge how AI will really impact everything. So we need more proof.
Okay, you need more proofs. Excellent. Thank you for adding. I think you should have been here as one of the panelist speaker. Yeah, awesome. So whistles also for you.
I want to take
Good. Yeah. Okay, Deepa is going to take up your comment and question. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to tell one point here on behalf of what you asked. Exactly. I mean, what we are, it's just a topic, generative AI. If you see the space in which I work on most of the requirements where I need to hire people on Commerce Cloud. No AI, no generative AI, nothing works for us. A real human who knows coding, and we process hundreds of applications, and we still find only very few people who are good at hands-on coding, good in Hybris, Commerce Cloud. So it connects to your question. No AI is working, actually. It is actually the real humans who will help us, along with the AI is only taking some of the primitive jobs which we do. So just to answer you.
Okay, thank you. So I think one question from this side and then we'll close. Yeah. Okay, so before we take up that question, I would like to put my panelist on spot. So I want to hear from you in one word. What is AI for you in the next 3 years? In one word. Okay, so I'll start from Venkatesh. So you have time to think about it. What is AI for you? What is AI for you in the next 3 years? Okay, the question. No, we'll take the question, and in the meantime, I'm giving you time to think about in one word, okay? Yeah.
Hi everyone, myself Uday Kiran. I'm the Managing Director of the Snabic Lineage Services. Actually, we are into the recruitment part from last 7 to 8 years, okay? Actually, we have been dealing with multiple students or job seekers from the last several years. So the point is, I do find multiple gaps in the career of the students or
You have to
aspirants.
come to the question faster, please.
Yeah. So the main question is like, job seekers are not able to fill the expectations of the organization.
There's a skill gap.
Yeah, skill gap. So I want some suggestions from your side. So what are the suggestions you will be adding on? How AI or metaverse or blockchain technology will help or fill the gap in this market?
I believe we have given the answers. However, I think we did give some answers, right? Arun, you would like to take it up? Very quick answers, please. Yeah.
So I think skill gap can be measured in terms of the requirement of the organization and the post that you're applying for. Organizations choose based upon the requirement and project that they are hiring for, which varies over a period of time. They do not, hire for specific roles, assuming that in the future that they will need that role. They hire based on projects that they get. So right now I may get a blockchain project. Later on I may get a UI UX project. So I will hire based on my requirements. So a better way would be that you make yourself a specialist in one skill and then move on and apply for job roles that are specified to your skill set. Then there are higher chances that you'll get recruited. AI for me in one word in the next 3 years would be skill talent development.
For me, it's like
I think
helps in decision making.
Amy, thanks all, because in the interest, I think we see half the hall, of course. Thanks all the serious givers who have been waiting patiently listening for us. But as I said, basically, of course, I have my mentor coming in at the moment, sir. And see, as I said, I think in the whole conference, you have seen Nayan asking a question, right? Who is the young guys who asked a question? I think that's there. So let's applaud again, because you're getting from the kids a question asking for evidences. I think this is most important. And of course, I also have Ved and Slok. I think I have Ved here. These are all young generations, and they should ask questions. And we always believe, right, the first guru for all of us is from the parents. So also at the same time, why I said it is impactful, the reason of this is post next year, again we say fest, we are not seeing just a room here filled with only this. And these are all not just people who came from, they're all the global leaders in the talent side that came in, and they're spending their time. They're not just here to give a GAN session, we have something in and go far. I bet any of you here, when you are reaching them, they'll be mostly approachable. So we should applaud for them for that as well, taking time here. So apart from that, the one who's doing the things here, Padmaji, she's also Forbes awardee. She should applaud. It's not just Reddy, she's also been in the part of the HR. She was supposed to be on that panel, but again, hasn't been here. As my mentor mentioned many times, it's all pro bono volunteers who are coming from varied backgrounds. Thank you all again, and it's to Venu now. Oh, okay, sorry. Mahesh has some announcement.
So now let us felicitate all the roundtable speakers. Please, Ved, I would request you to please go and felicitate with all the bags. Please. So while this is going on, I have a great news for all the student volunteers who has relentlessly supported ISF for the past 3 days. So we have a great sponsor, Hover Robotics, who has given 15,000 rupees vouchers for each student worth, where they can use this coupon to buy robotic instruments, robotic tools, and robotic devices. Not just this, we also have one more sponsor Mentor X, who has given a coupon worth 10,000 rupees per student for all the students who has volunteered for the last 3 days. For more than 200 students, they have given these coupons worth 25,000 rupees per student. And the second coupon, which is 10,000 rupees, they can they can use it for entrepreneurship, mentoring and skill development training. So I request all students during the lunch break to come over and collect their coupons. Thank you.
I also want Banu Anna, please come to the stage. I know you're working all the backstage. I want to get who are all there. Captain Bobby, Pavati Garu. So, you know, you should have known him obviously from many things. From last 15 days, I was not well. He's also kind of betting all his time. He himself is a big entrepreneur. Many of them in the Hyderabad ecosystem know him. Thanks, brother. I think a few word of our
Thank you so much to everybody here. And I am one of the volunteers. So there's nothing to be tell across you. Please go ahead, Bobby Garu. Tell me something about that.
My dear friends, this is a very good opportunity for all of us to upskill ourselves and also restart and ignite our inner strength, introspect ourselves, what we are dreaming, and add wings to it. All the best for all of you all. Thank you.
I don't know where is that one volunteer who actually called me. I was going to get some certificates getting printed. He just volunteered. He just came running to me and said, sir, I'm going to be along with you. I said, this is going to take 2 to 3 and 5 hours. And he was ready. I don't know, he was not there, but I wanted to meet him actually after the meeting is done. So good luck, guys. Let's go and hit the lunchroom. All the best.
The HR panelists are all around. You can get in touch with anyone.
An important announcement, dear audience. At 2:45,